And we are live. And my hair is a mess. uh, Work is done. At least most of it for the night. That's a good thing. I don't want to hear Bob complaining that my microphone is too low. And the fire is making noises. At least I hope it's the fire. Because then it's something else. Don't think I have to worry about the mice. Though there was a time about 2 months ago that it was a concern. There was a mouse running around. I think the cats got it. Bad move, mouse. Don't go outside. They're waiting for you. Then they leave it by the front door. It's a gift from the cats to you, Mom. A lot of people say that. I'm just setting up the pop-out. So at 1 a.m., I think SpaceX got pushed, as of what Daryl told me. I think SpaceX is delayed. I'm going to have to check. He sent me a bunch of messages earlier. I hear a vehicle outside my house. Oh, that doesn't belong there. Rumble belongs there. Kick goes off in the corner. There's Rumble. And now we put Rumble here. Does anybody even care about the football games? My thing with this, if you're even interested in football, is two things happen. Chiefs get eliminated and the Eagles get eliminated. I don't care. I'm from New York. The Giants and Jets are worthless. So if any team, I'm rooting for the Bills. But I would love to see the Eagles and Chiefs go down. That's just me. Oh, how could you say that? Because that's what I want to see. Otherwise, I couldn't care less. And I definitely don't care for the halftime show at the Super Bowl. So, really, it's not going to bother me anyway. I still hear vehicles outside my house. I think somebody's new moving in next door. It's not like I go watch over the fence, and see what's going on and be a nosy person. I'm sure a lot of people would. Who is it going to be? The reason I said it, because last night when I got home from the concert, as I was driving down my driveway, I saw a car and the back hatch was open at midnight and they were unloading stuff into the house. Maybe they just got something. I don't know. But I wasn't standing and watching to find out. But, as I mentioned, I'm going to keep an eye on Blue Origins to see what happens. I think their website starts streaming an hour before. Live webcast coming soon, it says. Right there. So this is the Blue Origin, not Blue Origins, as I put in there. It's Blue Origin. Singular. So there's the launch visibility, but I believe the launch window opens at 1 a.m. It's not really saying it here, is it? Mission updates. 1 a.m. 3 hour launch window. Oh my gosh, I hope it doesn't take 3 hours. That would not be good. Oh my gosh, I hope that doesn't happen. Because I'm not staying up to 4 o'clock in the morning just to watch a launch of this. But we'll see. We'll see what happens with this. That's not for another, what, almost 3 hours? Well, 2 hours till the coverage begins. If it does, I got to check the messages that Daryl sent me. But in the meantime, from Greenland, keep an eye on that. But let me see what he wrote to me earlier. To block, I don't understand. This person just tries to get. Here's Daryl. The SpaceX launch has been pushed back to Wednesday, January 15th, 5 p.m. Eastern. So far, I think the Gleen is scheduled still for 1 a.m. tomorrow morning. I'm saying it tonight because it's just a few hours away, but technically at 1 a.m. Eastern. So I'm going to keep an eye on that. What's up, Bob? I also am going to show, because we pre-recorded it, we always pre-record on Sundays, Toby and I, for the show. But this gives you a little idea, and I know it frustrates people. And I'm just going to play it, a little bit of it. It's the show for tomorrow that's going to air with Toby and I. I'll explain why I'm playing it afterwards. And I haven't seen it. It's kind of crazy. I don't watch. It's the truth. I don't watch the things I do as recordings. It's the most bizarre thing. It's like I should, right? I should be watching what I'm doing. I just do it. That's a different thing than what I do here. It's like a switch goes on and I'm totally focused talking about topics on a show. It's not like here where I'm messing around and joking and acting like a fool at times. That's a serious thing. I take that very serious. But, and the microphone is far away, Bob. If you want me to pull it up like this, that's why it sounds like it's far away. I just don't like showing the mic on. And if I put it too far, it just sounds so loud and you hear all the background noise. So, those are the reasons. I hate doing it. You don't understand it. I hate bringing the mic up this close. Because I know you're going to say, it sounds too low, this, that. Well. I'm tired. I'm a little cranky, too. I ain't going to lie. I don't know where it's going to open. So this is the show for tomorrow. With Toby and I. Just a little sneak peek, and then I'll explain why I'm even playing it.
What is up, Bill 2025?
It came so quick. Oh my gosh. But happy holidays to you, belated holidays to you, your family, and everyone watching and listening. Hope you had a wonderful holiday season.
Oh, yeah.
And now, dude, it's 2025. Like you said, what's going on in the UAP area? I think we can expect quite a bit coming up this year. There's a lot of information back, behind the scenes.
If the rumors and speculation circulating are accurate, then things are going to kick off this week. I'm hearing from multiple sources. There are some members of a team from a black site coming forward this week. Out of respect to the people that are putting it out, I don't want to go into too much detail. And I mean, if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But that's just you've heard the rumors.
Yes.
I've heard from people pretty close to it that it is going to happen. The big question to me is, what evidence are they going to bring?
That's the key, because I'm hearing stuff behind the scenes without, like you said, being cautious, not putting names out there, about the next upcoming hearing and what they're planning for that hearing and the possible individuals that could take part of that hearing. But even if you bring, I'll just loosely say it, I might as well just put it out there, direct witnesses to events, you still need the evidence behind it, because people are going to say, okay, they're telling us a story. We've heard the story before. Those familiar with this field have heard many, if not all, of these cases that are discussed. And it's like, this is more for the public, the general public consumption when they have these hearings. You know that. And a lot of people that are watching and listening know that too. It's like, what's new? What's going on? For us, that's what we're looking for. We want more. We want more evidence, documents. But the problem is, and you know this from the frustration behind the scenes, especially with congressional officials trying to get that information by even entering a skiff.
Yeah, and there's the thing. If they get into a skiff and they get the info, the public's not getting it.
Exactly.
It's classified. So it's kind of a catch-22, you'd say. There could be plenty of evidence. None of us have the clearances to see it. So like you said, we're left in the same spot. Compelling stories, but where's your proof?
But the thing is, I'm not even counting the Gillibrand hearing with the new Arrowhead. That was just ridiculous, in my opinion, to even when I watched that. It was like, this is nothing. But the other hearing, when Lou was there and Mr. Gold and I forget who else was there, but when they had those people there, Lou said, if I don't want to quote him exactly, I'm paraphrasing, that there are documents that could be made available to the public. So let's see them. It's so frustrating. Give us something. But think about this, Toby. And this is something to consider. Even if the government was to release documents, images, video clips, the first thing people are going to say is, that's fake. They're putting out disinformation and there's some type of an agenda, and all the other conspiracies are going to come out from everywhere. The rabbit hole is going to just open up, and it's going to be, this is part of a false flag. This is to control the narrative. You know how it goes. So even if you were to come out with information and put it out there to the public, the first thing they're going to do is question it and doubt it. You know that.
Well, it's funny because naturally a lot of people covering this topic and following this topic don't believe our government, because you're saying there's over 80 plus years of cover up, but in the same breath they want the government to release the proof. So how do you trust the people that you don't trust are giving you the actual proof?
Exactly.
I've heard it said, I think Bigelow is one of the most famous people that came out and said, you're never.
Now, the reason I played that, and we get into it big time, because there's other stuff that's out there. And the reason we're careful when he says sources or there's something coming out this week, which could happen, That's for those people to break that news. It's not for us. Like I mentioned there in this episode, we knew who the whistleblower was. We knew about Grush months before it came out to the public. But we kept our mouths shut. Just like there's something that could be coming by end of week. But it's for those people that have done the work, the research. When the time is right, they will come out with it. And it's only right that they get the full credit of what they've been doing. It's not for us to get ahead of it and spill it out there before it even comes out. That's horrible to do that. I mean, we could easily say, guess what's coming out in the next few weeks? We could easily do that. But it's irresponsible. Because we know who is involved and we know what they're working on. Supposedly this is coming out, which is really interesting. And I don't remember if we mentioned it on the show, but there are other. So there's different groups working with different people. And it seems like this group is coming out with this, and I'm not going to get into specifics. This group is coming out with this, and supposedly all of this is coming up in the next few weeks. We shall see. But you have to, like I said, you have to be careful because dropping specific names of individuals when they're, and I don't know if they've been talking about it in a public forum, it would be very irresponsible to put their names out there before it's even announced in a public domain. That's for them to do. Let them be the ones to do it because they worked on it. They're the ones who were behind it. And then if it doesn't happen, if we say certain people are involved and it doesn't actually, it's not the case, then we look like a bunch of idiots. But we do the reverse than what a lot of other people do and are reckless and put stuff out there and throw it to see if it sticks on the wall just to get attention or, like, that's BS to me. I don't do that. And Toby doesn't do that either. Plus, when you're doing stuff like this, when you're dealing with the people you talk to and they tell you stuff that's confidential and you betray that confidentiality, you're toast. You are toast. So that's why I played that, because that's not the only thing that might drop. Like I said, it's different groups. And there is an individual in Mexico. And Toby, this is all on Toby now. Toby spoke to this person directly. And it's all based on the Koyomi, and that's Ruben Uriarte has to come on the show and talk about this one because he wrote a book on it. And it's too late. I don't know where he's located. I'm actually going to message him right now, privately, because I would love to get him on the show next week. Why is that happening? He's in the context. Let me go to the group chat for Move On. I need to, here we go. I'm just going to do this quick. I just sent him a message. We talked about it on the show, so I shouldn't even put it out there. I'm gonna wait till you should watch the show tomorrow, because there's more information coming about something else. And I don't know if Toby made that public at all, or if it is public, which I should call him. Because, again, I don't do things like that. Oh my gosh, it's gonna snow shower in a little bit. There's no snow out there. We haven't had any real snow yet. It's almost mid-January. We're almost a month into winter and no snow. Oh, again, it's like, what the heck is going on? We're supposed to get like 36, 37 inches a year in our winter. We got an inch so far. If that. A coating twice. Maybe it adds up to an inch. What is Mike setting to me?
Hello.
I'm live, but I have a question.
Yep.
Because I'm not going to say nothing unless the thing that we discussed about Koyomi, I can't even say Koyomi, whatever. Is that public, what you mentioned, or no? Because I'm not going to put it out there on my stream about what we did on the show for tomorrow. If that was like an exclusive for the show. Do you understand?
The guy posted about it on
Remember,
Twitter
I'm
a
live.
couple
People can
times.
hear you. Wait, time out. Just so you.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
He posted about it on Twitter a couple times and then deleted it afterwards, so people definitely saw it.
Yeah, but.
And as a matter of fact, his most recent post was Koyome 2025.
Really?
Yep.
But, I mean, I'm not going to. I don't know if that many people seen what he wrote, so I'm just going to leave it for the show tomorrow. I'm not even going to get into the details what we discussed. Because a lot of people may not even be aware of what that is regarding.
Yeah, because I mean that's it. If and I say if always, italicize that. If it's true, that's pretty damn explosive.
Yes. So
That could
I'm
be
not.
some evidence that could blow things wide open.
So I'm not going to talk about. I'll let people just tune into the show tomorrow.
Yeah, we talk about it in detail. Yeah.
Yeah, we did.
About what
we did. Yes.
I was trying to think. I'm like, did we go into detail? Yeah,
We did. We did. That's why I called you, dude, because I'm live and I played a little of the clip of the show to show how responsible that we are. That when we know stuff, we don't just go blabbing names and.
But what I can do is I will text you right now the other rumored footage that's going around, but don't say anything about it on your show.
Oh, I will not. Hell no. That's why,
But
dude. That's why I called you right now.
Shock you even more. This is gonna shock you even more.
Text me. But look, that's why I called you, because I wasn't going to talk about the details of that unless it's already public domain, but it really isn't because he deleted the tweets. Or even though he put Koyome 2025, that doesn't say the details of what it's about.
Yeah, and what the description that I give is allegedly what is actually shown. So.
Right. Well, like I said, let them watch the show tomorrow if they're interested.
Yep.
All right, text me.
I'll text you here in just a second. Let
All
me
right.
copy and paste this over, and you'll be like, "What the hell?"
All right, later, bro. Thank you.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
See? This I want to see, but I can't talk about it. See? I can't talk about it. And there have been people in chat and say, well, how could you tease and say something? Because I'm telling you to keep your eyes out and your ears open. Pay attention. If you like this stuff, the UAP, UFO stuff, well, I'll give you hints. It's not teasers. Let's not use that word. It's not a teaser. It's a hint of something that's going to come out, possibly. That could be, maybe, we don't know. Quite interesting. But how many times have that been said too? Like when Grush, I knew it was ridiculous. Oh my God. That's serious. Whoa. I don't. That's. What, a football game? I don't have. Do I have it on? 17, 13, 11 and change left with Tampa Bay leading. It's on my TV screen, but I can't see it because all the monitors blocking my view. There's 4 of them in front of me. I got a wall of monitors in front of me. Toby's sending me another one. Oh, wow. If what he just texted me is true, this is going to be insane. We have to see. Because this is serious. Real serious. But this is what he's hearing from his contacts. You see, you just did it. I'm a tease. All I'm telling you is at least 2 things can break in the next few weeks. I don't know exactly about the third, and if this comes out, and if this is true, this could be the one that blows everything to pieces, what he just texted me about. This could be the big one, if true, because this is serious. Though this is scary, what he just texted me. That somebody sent him inside information. But then again, like I said, and I say it on the show, it's so frustrating because it gives me almost like a headache. Because even if, and I didn't even get into stuff that I wanted to because time goes so fast when we're doing the show. But even if you have direct witnesses in the next hearing, it's just them telling the public. Now they are under oath. People have lied before under oath and gotten away with that too, with no ramifications. But it's just their account. It's just their story. Without documentation, without evidence to back it, it's just a story. And if they can't get Congress to get access to some of the files related to their experience, their account, then what's the sense of having them there? Unless you have evidence to back up what they're saying that was classified and then declassified. And how much of that can you get? I'm going to bring him on one day with me, someone. And you'll hear it from from him. Because there's, like, I don't want to speak for anyone. Let them speak for themselves. But I'm going to do it. Probably this week, I'm going to call him and say, listen, I would like you to come on even just for 20 minutes with me so that we can quickly discuss your possible role in an upcoming hearing, your experience, and the possible documentation plus other, I'll say, relating, and also the possibility of other witnesses at the time of the event that could corroborate what you're saying. And will they testify? So there's a lot of stuff going on. Yeah, that's the thing, Toby. Who knows if it's real? Like he says, after he wrote everything, I said, holy something. And he says, yeah, who knows if it's real? And I said, true. Yes, I already have it set up on the stream, Bob. I'm already at the Blue Origin site coverage doesn't begin till an hour before. And I'm going to stream it directly from this site because that's public domain. I'm not using someone's YouTube channel to stream from. Again, that's a being responsible thing. Because they're getting, the feed similarly. Well, I'm going right to here. I already have it set up. So we'll wait on that. If I'm still awake, because I'm exhausted. It's been a long weekend. But Mark D'Antonio yesterday, and I had the concert last night, so they're great. Get the Let Out was awesome as always. And I did a whole video on that earlier, so that's a done deal. But Get the Let, GTLORocks.com. You can find out more information about the band there. But I get to Mark's house, and I'm with him for like 3 hours. And he's taking me around his shop to show me different things I need to build these models. And I ended up buying 9 more things. When I got home, I ended up buying 9 more things for the models to make them. Oh, Mark. He says, Bill, you're going to need one of these. You're going to need that. You're going to need this. You're going to need that. This because he's showing me how he makes models. You don't know because I don't even know if this is public. But he's about to take on a huge project. Massive scaled model of something. Huge. Which is going to take him a long time to create. That's all I'm going to say. That's not for me to say. It's for Mark to discuss it. And I don't know if he even, I'll leave it at that. But he's showing me, like, check this out. Look what I made. This makes grass. This is how I make it. The negative and positive. And how it makes this stand up. I'm not going to give away how he does it. And this is how I can make the grass stand up when he makes models. And then if I run a truck over it, it creates the tracks over it and bends it as if a vehicle was actually going over it. You have to see Mark's setup in his house. It's just outrageous. Intervention. So, but it's true. It's the tools I need when I start. I did get the shuttle today. It's tiny. It's not what I thought. It's a small scale. The shuttle with the 747. But in addition to what I already have, which stuff came today, so I have an overhead gooseneck lamp coming because he says, Bill, you're going to need a goose lamp so you could really see what you're doing wherever you're working on these models, which is true. And then I bought an X-Acto knife with 100 blades. What was the type? I forgot the type. Type A? It's for cutting. It's a long story. But let's just say I take a piece of paper and I draw lines and cut them out so that I can spray it on the bottom of the Enterprise to create an Aztec pattern. It's a whole process. And there's vinyl tape that doesn't stick to the models but creates straight lines. And Mark said, this doesn't stick. This is what I use to make straight lines and paint them. Then I bought a soldering gun, a soldering gun. And that comes tomorrow. Then I bought a wire stripper that can strip any cable of any size. And it's not that pain like the ones that have the different sizes. This one is the one that Mark has. And then I bought the airbrush cleaning kit spray wash. It's like a tube, a container that you can spray when you clean with a thinner, lacquer thinner. you can spray into this container so it doesn't fumes don't go all over, and it'll spray into there and clean out the tool. And then I bought a mat to make the models, to cut on, do whatever, a mat. Is that it? It seemed like there was more than that. It was supposed to be 9 things. Did I count off 9 things? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, it's 9. Because I have a soldering iron. But he says, Bill, with the models, with the wires, you're going to want a gun. It's just easier and less, it's not as sloppy. And he's right. So these are things I needed. When I put all the lights on the models and do the wiring. So he was absolutely right on that. But today, I got the hand drill bit set, 95 piece. And I got this little model. And then I also got a set of miniature paintbrushes. He said, and you know what the funny thing is? After Mark told me how I'm going to do the models, I may never use a paintbrush. It's all going to be with the airbrush. He also told me a trick about using paint cans, which was brilliant. And I'm not going to tell out his secret. That's like insider information coming from Mark. So, yeah, I've got a drill. You got to see the drill bit kit that I have. But he says you're not going to be using that. You're going to be using the hand twist, the ones I got today. They're very sharp, and they go right through the plastic. He says this is going to make your holes perfect, like. So he's making me go nuts. In a good way. Tie game. I think the Commanders are going to pull that game out, but like I said, I couldn't care less, honestly. As long as the Eagles lose and the Chiefs lose, I'm good. That's what I'm rooting for. Screw that. First of all, I can't stand the Eagles, but that's because, I'm a Giants fan, and that's forever. And I'm tired of the Eagles winning. I would like the Bills or the Ravens to beat them. Because I don't think the Texans are going to beat the Chiefs next week. I do think the Ravens or the Bills can beat the Chiefs. So this is the little guy that came. This thing is small. But this is the shuttle on the 747. But look how big it is. Look how small. A little small. That came today. So I'm just accumulating too much models now. And I haven't started yet. Well, you're a Steelers fan. What's up, Nicholas? I'm not surprised that you don't care for the Eagles. You're a Steelers fan. It doesn't make sense. If you're a Steelers fan, but then again, that the Steelers are AFC and the Eagles are NFC. But that doesn't mean nothing because I'm a Giants fan and I'm not a Jets fan. So it would be like the same thing. In the reverse though, AFC, NFC. You know what I mean? Now, I remember when the Giants played the Jim Kelly version, Thurman Thomas version of the Bills, and we beat them in the Super Bowl. I would like to see the Bills win. I just would. The franchise to win. Because I'm going to tell you, I'm a little played out with this Chiefs thing now. I just am. And this whole thing, with the Swifty equation and all this, it's turning into some kind of a show here. So I would like to see the Ravens or the Bills beat them in the NFC game. Because like I said, I don't think the Texans are going to beat the Chiefs. I don't see that. Now, the Lions, even though they're like the top seed, I'm not impressed. But I'll say this. I'm not impressed with the Eagles. That game today was ridiculous. Because, number one, the Eagles didn't impress me at all. At all. Offensively. At all. They had so many opportunities. That game should have been a blowout, considering the amount of mistakes that were made. I mean, they practically handed them the game. It was just Green Bay made so many mistakes in that game. It's like they literally gave them the game. So the Eagles didn't look impressive. That's what I'm saying. So I don't know. I really don't know. Is it the Lions? I mean, who's it going to be in the NFC? What's up, Grab a Sandwich? Was your brother on the TV earlier? I mean, the Commanders or the Bucks? Do you see them as Super Bowl teams? I don't. You never know what could happen. A game is a game. Anything could happen on any given day. I think that's the name of a movie. On Any Given Sunday. But I'm not impressed. I think who will win the Super Bowl this year is going to again be an AFC team. Whether it's the Bills, the Ravens, or the Chiefs. I don't see any NFC team giving them a challenge. I just don't. The Washington name's been changed for years already, Bob. That's a long time already that they changed their name. I mean, that's a long time. It's been a few years. I need to get some orange juice. This is a good game, though. I mean, this is a good game. Tied with 4.5 minutes approximately left. I love my orange juice. I have to have my orange juice. Alexa, when did the Washington football team change their name?
The Washington football team changed their name in 2020 to the Washington Commanders.
2020.
The change came after a controversy.
All right, Alexa, stop. It was 2020. Like I said, it's been a few years since they changed their name. Yeah, now that my calcium levels are back to normal, I'm going to start drinking lots of orange juice again. And it's going to go back up, and I'm going to be in the red again next blood work. It's the last thing I need. The doctor said, "What'd you do again?" "I'm drinking too much orange juice." Oh, my God. All right, what's going on with this game? Now you got me peeking at the screens. I honestly do see Washington winning this game, as I said just a few minutes ago. And I haven't been watching the game at all, because I just finished doing a show. That was such a blatantly obvious handoff. That wasn't even funny. It didn't even look like... That was so badly played. It's like they read that immediately. You got to try to hide the ball at least when you're handing it off to make it look like you're holding it. My gosh. Anyway, that's old school though. When you were handed off, it was like you would make believe you had it and run. At least try to throw them off. That was so blatantly obvious. It was retarded. Uh-oh. Why did my screen just lock up? What the heck just happened? My TV just froze. I finally get up to take a peek at the game and my screen just... Oh, there it goes. Oh, nice. Oh, my God. What's happening? I missed the whole play. Nice play. All they got to do is get into field goal range. Time is ticking. 2:41 left. Where are they? They're at that, almost at the 45. 1st and 10. Nothing. He got zip. Zip. All right, time is ticking. It might even go down to the 2-minute warning. How many timeouts? Oh, Tampa Bay's got all its timeouts. They're going to let it go to the 2-minute warning. And then they'll start stopping the clock. It's not looking good for Tampa right now. But they still got to get closer for field goal range. All right. Don't get too excited. No, I'm on fiber. I'm on fiber here. Who knows? I mean, I'm not going to get into that whole conversation of the name. That whole controversy. That was a discussion of 4 or 5 years ago. I still think they're going to win this game. But I don't see them going far. Even though they advance in the playoffs. And I don't know if whoever wins, I don't know who they are playing. I think depends on the seeding because Detroit plays the lowest seed, the winner of this game, Detroit plays. So I don't know what their seeding is. And I'm sure they're going to say it. The winner of this game plays Detroit or whoever. They'll come out with who's playing who. I remember we may have a launch at 1 a.m. of the Blue Origin Gleen rocket. Now, this game's got me a little interested right now, to be honest. This is a good game. Though I have no personal interest, it's still a good game. That's like last night when we were hanging out at the bar. I'll call him MacGyver. Because I said, if you ever come into chat, just say you're MacGyver, because that's his nickname. And, you know, we're watching the game on the screens. He has no personal interest in the game. But he was a football fan, you know, and we were watching the plays and all that. But really no real interest. But there was a time, a love of the sport. And we're just breaking it down. Like, I don't have no interest. But it's just when you see a play and, you know, you comment on it. That was a heck of a play. That was a bonehead play. But 2nd and 10. They need this to get in field goal, at least better field goal position. Yeah, that's better. Nice. 1st down all the way. There he goes. Oh, X. Oh, my God. They're definitely in field goal range now. They're going to win this game. They're going to kill the clock. They got to take a timeout now. Tampa has to take a timeout. I'm stepping over here for a second. Wow, he almost deflected that. That was a nice pass. And a nice catch and run after the catch. Yeah, Tampa they took their first time out. They're screwed. They're running out of time. They got 2 timeouts up. What? Oh, I was going to say, what just happened? What am I looking at? Nobody cares about the highlights of this. Let's just get to the game, please. Who cares? That's yesterday or whatever. We're talking about today. I hate when they do that. Has no relevance. Oh, somebody looked like they were. Ooh. They got to take another timeout. They have to. He's not going to use it. He's got to. Is he kidding? The clock is still running. He didn't use the timeout. Oh my God, he's letting the clock bleed. Because they're so close to the first down with 2nd and 2. That's not showing much faith in your team. The clock is ticking. Oh, they stopped him. Take the timeout. Where's the timeout? Oh, he took it. I mean, really? Sometimes you wonder about the coaches. But he did call it. He had to call it. That's a stupid bonehead move if he didn't. So now it's more like a prayer. Yeah, they're in position to win this game all the way. But you never know. Can you imagine? He misses the field goal attempt. Then it's pretty much, if they drain the clock down, it's overtime. That's a different. I know it's on commercial right now, but I might as well watch the last minute or so. It is an interesting game. Though, like I said, I have no personal interest. It's still a heck of a game. Down to the wire, tied. I wonder, you guys don't see the same commercials, right? This is a Patron. I like Patron. Well, I used to like Patron. I don't drink that stuff no more. But that is good tequila. It's a little pricey, but it's good tequila. I'm just saying. Though I haven't had it in forever. Though last night, I got to the bar at 4:30. And I met some new friends there. And I stayed till 6:15. And I had 2 IPAs. And that was it. But they're local brewery IPAs. And they lived right there. They're from there. And they said, yeah, that brewery's over here. And it was a good IPA. So next time I decide to drink IPAs, I'm going to see if they sell it here. He says they do. So we'll see. It was good. Citrusy. I like that. Grab a sandwich. Oh, forget it. It's more like the Bills-Giants game. And I was watching that game. When Scott Norwood missed the field goal and the Giants won the game. They could have beat the Giants in the Super Bowl, but he missed the field goal. I'll never forget that. His name was Scott Norwood, the kicker. Here it is, game. Game's on the line right here. You make it, it's over. Oh. If they could kill the clock. What's going on? They took a timeout? Yep. Washington took the timeout this time. Another thing too is sometimes they might go for the kick earlier than necessary, but they have to take a down to put the ball in a better position for the kick. It seems like time is dragging on this. All right, here we go. 55 seconds left in the game. It is 3rd and 1. They definitely wouldn't go on 4th. Oh, he's toast. Oh, he's going to get the first. He got the first. Game is toast. Game is over. Clock is still going. Oh, we got an injured player. Clock has to stop. And it did. Now, was that an injury timeout or the team took a timeout? I don't know. Then they don't get charged for the timeout. Wow. He had him. He had a shot at him. Instead, he gets a first down. Oh, he had a shot. What the heck is he holding in his hand? "39 seconds. 1st and 10. You don't do anything stupid here. That could be a turnover. Even though they're probably expecting that too. You don't do anything stupid here. I would run the ball. Oh, he took the knee to put the ball in a better position for the kicker. I was just talking about that. You saw that? He took the knee to put the ball more to the center of the field for the kicker to kick. That's what I was talking about. And he just did it. Now the kicker's coming on the field. Smart move. I called it too. It's funny. All right, here it is. Game on the line right now. What's up, Michael? Just think of the pressure. You are solely now responsible of either going into overtime or winning the game for your team. It's on your foot right now. I mean, that has to be a pressure situation, even though they do these kicks all the time, but it doesn't matter. The pressure of the situation. Remember, they're in a hostile environment. They're in Tampa. The crowd's going to be going nuts to distract them. And here it is. Look at this. Oh, what is it? How many yard attempt? 37. This should be a gimme. 37 is not like it used to be. Deflected. It went in. Holy game over. Oh my God, he deflected it. He got his hand on it and it hit the goalpost, but it went in. Oh my gosh. The game. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. I want to see the replay on that. Come on, show us the replay. Oh my gosh. You saw that, Nicholas? Well, grab a sandwich. I'm telling you. Look, here he goes, the replay. Oh. Did he tip it? I thought somebody tipped it. Let me see again. Or maybe I don't know. Oh my God, but still to hit the goalpost and have the momentum to go in. Oh my gosh. That is literally a matter of inches. Literally. It doesn't get closer than that. Wow. What a way to end the game. That's a heck of a game. That was a doink. Yeah, heck yeah. It must have been racing, especially when it hit the goalpost. He was like, oh my God. But then when it went in, he was like, yeah! Do you know when something happens and you get that heat flash? It's like, it's like, you get that heat flash. Like, but it instantly disappeared when it went in and went through. All right, weather's on. Yeah. Well, that's it. That's that. Football's done for tonight or this week. Now next week. Next week's going to be interesting. That Bills-Ravens game is going to be excellent. In Buffalo. That's going to be a heck of a game. So, we'll see. Anyway, enough of that. So, hopefully, coverage will begin in less than an hour. If it's all still on schedule for the Blue Origin Gleen rocket test. That's supposed to happen at 1 a.m. There's a 3-hour window. And if it's delayed, I'm not staying up all night. I can tell you that because I'm exhausted right now. I'm so tired, I'm getting a headache. You were in North Carolina. You were in California? Wow, dude. So you were battling the fires. How was that, Mike? I can't imagine. I can't imagine. So Michael just came back. He got back last night from helping over in California. He's a voluntary firefighter. And he was in California helping out over there. That must have been horrific to have that experience. But you were down in 9/11 too. Yeah, I hear you. You said it was like a bomb went off. That must have been something else. Anyway. So right now it's just about the ex-ladies jumping all over the place. I see her in there now. The weather's not supposed to be bad here it's supposed to be 44 tomorrow. It's like a heat wave. It's actually above normal, but it's not going to last. It's like a little roller coaster. We're going to go up, then back down, then back up, then back down. And I've said that. That's what the models were showing for the next few weeks. There's going to be these cold masses dropping down. That's what the models are showing. Anyway, so we're not supposed to get... it's kind of weird. Matter of fact. Alexa, what's the weather for the next 7 days?
Next 7 days. Monday, 42 degrees Fahrenheit and partly sunny weather. Tuesday, 30 degrees and lots of clouds. Wednesday, 29 degrees and partly sunny weather. Thursday, 30 degrees and lots of clouds.
Cold.
Friday, 37 degrees and lots of clouds.
Back up a little.
Saturday, 40 degrees and cloudy skies.
Back up.
Sunday, 32 degrees and lots of clouds.
Back down. That's what I said. It's going to go up, down, up, down. Let it keep going up and down. No snow. Forecasted for a week. Another week with no snow. We might go. This is weird. Now we could get hit in February. We can get hit in March. We could even get hit in early April. It's happened. But right now, we have a total of 1 inch of snow this winter. I haven't even had to pick up a shovel, let alone the snowblower. We're supposed to have 36 inches of snow our winter season here. That's the average. We haven't even gotten one. It's going to take a few storms to catch up to that. Just saying. I'm just saying. Kathy's had feet already. Forget about my friend Chris in Buffalo. He's had feet already too. But that's that lake effect machine. It's different. But not here. There's no snow out there. Do you have snow outside your house, Kathy? Like on the ground? Where you are in Erie or near Erie, PA? Is there like accumulated snow still left on the ground or is it gone? It's been cold, so whatever hasn't melted, right? I wouldn't think. Last night it was cold standing in front of that theater with that wind. Not fair. She says, oh yeah. We got snow on the ground. Some has melted. You heard it. No snow here predicted. And let it stay that way. If I don't use the snow blower, I used it, I think, twice last year, which is shocking in itself. And the year before, the same thing. I can't even remember the last time I was using my snow blower a lot to remove snow here. I think, I can't even remember. When we had like storms, heavy snowfall, like winter storm warnings and like nor'easter. Last winter was like that for you? Oh my gosh, it's minus 13 Fahrenheit. Feels like minus 29. But he's way up north. You know, he's in the future 51st state. The annexed territory. Oh my God. Let me stop. Oh. I could just see it. Can you? Oh my gosh. Can you imagine, like, redoing the Canadian flag? Oh, this is almost insulting, even though I'm joking. And inside the maple leaf is the United States flag. or my gosh, or having an American flag with all the stars, but on top of the stars put a maple leaf. Oh my God. That's creepy to even think about something like that. Oh my gosh, can you imagine that? Just think of it. The flag, but where the stars are, covering the stars, is a maple leaf. The new Canadian flag. Bill, stop right now. There's gonna be. Grab a sandwich. He's Canadian. He's way up north. And there would be riots. Oh my gosh. Oh. I'm sorry that I even tried to, I don't want to make a joke but I'm just like, what would they do? You know? Oh my gosh. Wouldn't you have to talk to the UK? Wouldn't there? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Isn't there the UK connection in all of this too? Let me ask this question. This is gonna, and I'm just messing around. Okay, let me just state it right now. I'm messing around. Could the UK make an agreement with the United States to make something like that even happen? Or is that just way over? Isn't, well, I can't, it was the Queen before, now it's the King, the monarchy. I mean, what's up with that? Grab a sandwich. You need to explain that to me. It's like, oh, they are involved somehow? There's, I mean, what would, you know what I'm saying? Wouldn't you have to go through the UK? It's not just like dealing with Canada straight up. You would also have to deal with the UK in some way, wouldn't you? I don't know. I'm sure there are Canadians out there that can inform me on how that whole thing works up north. So it's, you know. Quebec would lose there. Oh my gosh. The monarchy is the source of sovereignty and authority in Canada. That's what X is saying. So the monarchy is the source of sovereignty and authority in Canada. So if they're the authority in Canada, that means you would have to go to the UK. If I'm just being very, very hypothetical here. Okay. Canada is a constitutional monarchy. Since 1534, when the King of France claimed possession of what is now Canada, the history of our country has been marked by the reigns of an uninterrupted succession of monarchs, both French and British, who have had significant influence on our country's development. And that comes directly from the Government of Canada's website, canada.ca. Now, obviously, yes, you had the French and the British. I mean, people might say, well, why do they speak French? Duh. It's like, well, why do you think? I mean, come on now. That's the influence. That's part of it. So, yes. So that's an interesting, that's coming directly from the Canadian website. The Canadian government's website. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. I wonder if there was even a conversation with the Prime Minister in the UK. Are you willing to give up the territory of Canada? Oh my gosh. That's just laughable to even think of the concept. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I think the Brits would object too. And I think most Canadians would object too, because they're very proud people and they're Canadian. They're not Americans, they're Canadians. Oh my gosh. Do dee dee do, the jingle the government play on the TV and radio commercials. Oh. I'm sorry, I didn't mean, I'm not trying, you know what I mean? I'm not trying to be offensive to you. Grab a sandwich. It's just the thought of it. I don't know how it even started just now. But It started with me thinking about, like, what would the concept of the flag be with the 51st territory or annexed? Maybe if Putin can annex Crimea, why can't we annex Canada or Greenland or something else? Oh my gosh. Oh. You know, it's like, he did it. Why can't I? I'm getting carried away, and yes. So, we have hopefully a little less than 45 minutes till Blue Origin coverage begins. That's true too, though. We are so interconnected, intertwined, especially our militaries. You're right about that. There is a close relationship between the two countries. There's no doubt about that. No doubt about that. I agree 100% on a more serious note, what you just wrote in chat and YouTube. You know, they constantly are doing joint operations, exercises. They work in tandem. You know, they share direct information. They have to, especially when there's Chinese balloons coming over. So, yes. And they're the responsible neighbors to the north, unlike what we have going on in the south. That's true too. How much Canada is helping fight those fires. Absolutely. Absolutely. But it's a contract. But that's okay. Well, it's not. I mean, are you expecting it to be for free? I don't think so. It costs them. What, they're going to pay for it to be used over here? No, you got to pay for the services. You just sent me an email? That's probably it right there. That sound. This is the one photo I took that shows you how intense the fire was. All right, I'm going to share the photo. I don't know what the heck just opened up. So this is the photo that Michael took when he was in California. Wow. And the thing is, look what's in the air. Now, how windy was it when you took this photo, Mike? But look at everything that's in the air in the photo itself. And there were fire tornadoes. There was, I mean, oh my gosh. Just think of the wind carrying all that in the air. It's one thing just to have a fire, but when the wind carries all of 100 miles per hour, just think about the wind blowing that fire and embers with 100-mile-per-hour winds, how it just spreads out everywhere. That's the problem. And just think about, if I was to light my fireplace, which it's on right now, the wood stove, not the fireplace. What do I do to get the fire started? Or like in the movies, open the door. Open the door, Ma. It's like you go, that's wind. It ignites it. It spreads it. But just think of 100-mile-per-hour winds coming from a direction on everything. doing the same thing on a fire. It just ignites it. It's insane. Like I said, when I start fires here and it's just starting, I get down there and you've seen plenty of fire tornadoes too? That's so scary. That's scary stuff. Yeah, the embers are insane. I can't show video because I can get in trouble for that if it's not mine. Crazy. What is that noise? You don't know, the other night I was streaming and I heard a loud piercing sound. And it was actually bothering me. And then it just disappeared. It was bizarre. I never, ever. And somebody heard it on the stream. I heard it. It was weird. Oh, that must have been like hell on earth. It had to. If there was an invasion of Armageddon and with everything on fire, it must have been surreal. It must have been like hell, literally like hell on earth. Horrible. It was scary. It was like hell. I can imagine. I don't even know what the containment is right now. But now they say there's another fire that's getting out of control. Let me look. Let's look at the latest before the stream starts. Then I gotta be quiet and watch. Fatalities. I thought it was 15 I saw, or something like that. Wow, the Palisades fire is 13%. The Eaton fire is 27%. This one's pretty much contained, they're saying up here. But this one is only 13% contained. This one is 27%. Evacuation order. Yes, Mom. Evacuation warning.
I've been looking for Bigfoot for years, and they still haven't found him.
You're watching too many of those programs.
No, Bigfoot I've been watching for years, and they still can't find him.
It'd be all over the news if they found a Bigfoot.
I know.
At least I don't know.
They show the guys there, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I know those programs.
Yeah, but
I know it's entertaining. It is.
Yeah,
It's entertaining.
You go into the woods, you see stuff, you know.
Evacuation warning now. But that's the thing. Look at all the homes affected. It's just insane. That's a big area. On a map, it may not look that big, but it's a big area. I wonder what, I can't imagine some of the aerial views of this devastation already. And I was talking about it the other day, the insurance is going to be the issue. Oh my gosh, the insurance. There's going to be battles over that, boy.
You see Ozzy?
What about him?
Well, his son is in there too.
Oh, Jack?
Yeah, looking for the Bigfoot.
He likes that stuff.
Oh yeah, he does.
Yeah, that's pretty intense. I wonder. I'm going to try it. I doubt it. I don't know if Wendy could do it. It's too late. It's dark over there already because we could have zoomed in to these areas in California.
Does this pie have sugar?
No, the pie is sugar free. Yeah, you can't. It's, if it was light out, you might be able to see.
What happened here?
What?
That's fire? Look in the back.
In the back of where?
Oh, this guy talking on the news.
Yeah, it's the news. There's fires in California. I don't see the TV.
Oh my God.
The football game ended, and now they're showing the news. And of course, they're going to be talking about the fires.
What the hell is going on, man?
We might have a little snow coming in, but it's nothing to be worried about.
That
These
is so
clouds
sad.
here.
Very sad.
Let me look at the radar. Yeah, there's a little. There's a little in there, but nothing to accumulate.
Oh, they got the planes now throwing the
Yeah.
water.
I'm just so you know, I'm live right now.
Okay.
Wow,
I'm
look
not
at
talking.
look at this weather down south.
This is sad.
It's like a line of storms in there. But not really.
That's why we do never move to a place like that.
All right, okay, yeah,
You know?
yeah.
Never move to a place like that. That's it.
Oh my gosh. Did I see the clip of the guys in the mountain running from a growing brush fire? Yeah, that's the thing with arsonists. You never know. On ABC7 website, they have aerial views of the destruction from the Palisades fire.
That is so sad. You work for the house. You create.
Wow, the death toll has climbed to 24.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why? They don't go. They don't leave the place.
All right, Mom, I'm live right now.
God bless them all. That's what I could tell. No,
I'm looking for them. Oh, that's a wicked video. This is live. This is live. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Look at that.
so sad.
Now, you are allowed to show stuff if you talk over it. Oh my gosh. Wow. Trying to get rid of the brush. And the wind is the killer. That's the thing. You could see how windy it is.
It's horrible.
Horrible. Horrible.
I don't know. I really don't understand.
A lot of people affected. Look, Quebec. There you go. I guess that's what the drone hit it. Yep. And there it is. The remnants of the drone. Wow.
Take it to what you want. There's nothing here for you, Taco. Stop it.
And that's the thing too, that people don't understand. And like I said, it's happened in New York City fighting fires. It's happened here. If there are so many fires, the system, the pressure drops. If everybody's trying to put out a fire out of the system, of course the water's going to run down and out because everybody's using it. Duh. Of course it is. I mean, is that not common sense? I mean, it happens here. If too many people are trying to use the resources of the water supply in the hydrant system, because it's all connected, and they're trying to put out multiple fires, it's going to drain the pressure. So I don't understand. It's overloading the system. Like Nicholas said, it's overloading the system. Just think about all those fires. How many people are trying to put fires out? How many firefighters trying to put it out? How many are connected to hoses trying to put the fires out? Well, you think it's just one hose? Or 100 hoses? It's thousands trying to put fires out. But it's the truth. It's so common sense.
No, because it reminds me when I was a kid. We used to open it up and then
Yeah, I see what you were battling and dealing with.
a beer can, and we all kids used to go under the hydrant.
Yeah, but remember in the summer too, if there was a drought, the pressure would be so low in those hydrants, they would have hard times in the city fighting fires.
I admire the firemen.
And they would, remember, they would shut down the hydrants. They would lock them so nobody could open them.
Yeah.
And that's part of the reason.
That's the reason.
He was with a team of 70 firefighters, Michael was. So this is exclusive coverage on the fires that ABC is doing.
Those people risk their life too, man.
Of course they do.
I mean, really. One day
Of course they're risking their lives.
I used to bring them food. But they used to cook too.
I saw some interesting posts on how to do with little to no shrubs near and stuff near the home. But see, they've made a new rule about that, I think last year. That the insurance is going to be all over that, I'm telling you. If anybody had any shrubs or anything after they put that new thing in the clause in the insurance, they're not going to get covered because they had those shrubs or stuff near their house. Watch. You're going to hear a lot of that. It's going to be horrific. A technicality to get them off to pay. She might be talking about it right now, the shrubs in front of the house. But I can't put the audio on because that's like a copyright infringement thing. Yeah, well, that's going to be interesting to see the cause of the fire by arsonists, if that's what it is. Oh my God, look at that. Oh my God. It almost looks like a volcano erupting. It looks like a volcano erupted. Wow. I don't know if I would be on my bicycle and risking my life to go riding around.
All you need is a flat tire.
So yeah, there's a lot that's going to be.
It's going to be quite long.
Yep. they're talking about when people are camping and make fires, cigarettes, all the things that can spark a fire, down power lines. There it is. Look at that. Look at those embers flying around. That is unholy. It looks crazy.
You know the end is gonna come with fire. The end. You see a lot of.
Oh my God. Yeah, they're nuts. Oh, that's all they need to know with the winds now coming out with that high pressure.
No, Tycho, you don't touch that.
That's all they need. That's all they need is the winds to pick up again.
I can't breathe, Tycho.
Yeah, that's horrific. Uh-oh.
Tycho has.
Wow, the winds are going to pick up, but still nothing that it was. Nothing. I see a few 50s there, upper 50s winds. That's not good. 60s. Malibu.
Los Angeles.
That's all they need. Oh, and on top of that, a drought. Oh my God. Not even an inch of rain since May? It's devastating over there. Some of our local firefighters went down south to help the LA Fire Department with the fires. All right, now it's getting into something else. So let's get out of here. Horrible. Horrible. I can't imagine the loss to so many people.
Those are the ones that.
And unfortunately, those who,
Then those home was destroyed, returned.
because I'm on TikTok, I have to be careful how I word things.
Let me go this way because Tycho is available.
That's just horrible. They've been in a drought for quite a while. Just imagine hearing 100 plus jet engines going at once. See, that's the thing. When things like this happen, we're looking at it from the outside. It's not like people that are on the ground there having the experience firsthand. Like Michael was there. Yes, you have to say unalived. That's just, I don't even get that, but it is what it is. That's the one thing. It's so easy to make us like speculate and have an opinion about stuff that's going on when you're not there. But just talk to those people that are dealing with this right now, on the ground, first responders, or the people that have become victims of this. I mean, my gosh. Oh, here we go with the dog.
My God. I got that
Exactly. Grab a sandwich. Exactly. It's unrecognizable. You're planning to go back in 3 weeks? Hopefully it'll be a lot more contained by the time you go back. But it's like I said, people speculate and they make their opinions. They're not there. You're just seeing what you see on TV or what you hear. Just like Michael was there. He's a volunteer firefighter. He was there. He sent me that picture that I showed earlier. That's just insane. I can't imagine. To be there dealing with that. That's like Mom knows. Mom was in the city when 9/11 happened.
Yeah. We,
It was chaos. I was scrambling to call her post office. Can I speak to my mom? Her name. She's on the street delivering the mail. The supervisors sent them out to continue doing their routes. Right, Ma?
Yep.
In the middle of all this. Now, remember, they don't usually hit the streets because they have to sort the mail in the morning till 10:30, 11 o'clock in the morning to go out to do their route. So already it had happened. And they still made them go out.
Yeah.
The city's being evacuated, and they tell them to go deliver the mail.
And two of the guys that used to work
I know that. The firehouse. It wasn't just two. It was more like 6.
died.
Their
And I used to
pictures
say
are
good
outside.
morning. I used to say good morning to them.
Mom, so there was a firehouse that was right down the block, the road, the street from my mother's post office. She spoke to 2 of them. She spoke to 2 of them all the time. But it was more like 6 lost their lives from that firehouse. And that was a citywide thing because firefighters scrambled from all over to deal with the towers. So I'm trying to get in contact with my mom because I'm seeing it on TV. I'm outside looking at it. I'm seeing the smoke from the Bronx. I'm like, oh my God.
Yep. I went.
And seeing it at the same time on the news. And I'm like, how am I going to get my mother out of New York City? Because they closed everything. People were walking over the bridges to get out of Manhattan. It was like unbelievable.
And then the trains, you couldn't take the train.
Yeah, they shut everything down.
And it was so crowded. Everybody
So what
was
happened was
squeezed in.
Mom was on 85th Street, Manhattan, Midtown. Kind of, more upper. Midtown is like 50, the 50s, 40s. With technicalities. So what they did, and I'm freaking out, Mom, because I got a contact with her. I'll pick you up by the Willis Avenue Bridge. Just get there. Because that's a hell of a walk. Just get over the bridge and I'll find you. Because that's the bridge that goes from Manhattan to the Bronx. But there was going to be thousands of people. Where am I going to park? Everybody's freaking out. It's like chaos. But then they started the subway in the afternoon from her station, 86th Street train, north to get people out of Manhattan into the Bronx. And she took the train home.
That was bad.
And the train started a block away from where she worked. She worked on 85th Street. The train's 86th Street in Lexington. And she was able to get on the train and get home. Then, because people don't realize the stuff that was going on during all this and after, weeks after, the threats. The threats continued. Especially on the subway trains. That was a threat that there was something was going to happen. So I went online, and I still have them. I bought masks. I bought hazmat gear that she could take in a big bag with her on the train. Right, Ma?
Yeah, I squeezed in. And I got home. Though.
And then there was the anthrax thing. But Mom was a carrier. The clerks are the ones who sort the mail. The carriers are the ones who deliver the mail. But it didn't matter. So there was all kinds of stuff going on. And I lost, right, Ma, the guy that lived across the street from me that I went to high school with.
Yeah.
A friend, a high school friend that lived right across the street. Port Authority police officer was undead there.
was horrible. It was a nightmare.
I knew him since I was a kid in school. Horrible. But he was a hero. Even though they made that movie with Nicolas Cage,
And then you know
and
what
it's based on him.
happened? The one that was in charge of the letter carriers and all that, he wanted to look good, you know, and then to bring flowers and everything. And
Hollywood,
you know,
yeah.
and we're here in danger. But it was more important for him
What's
to
up,
look
C?
good.
Yeah, so, you know, Michael could tell you because he was down there, but I don't know if he says that it gave him PTSD. Mike was down there. He's in another chat. He's not on YouTube. Yeah, the movies, I don't even want to get into that because that upsets me so much. And the family, you don't even know. But another family member worked in a car parking garage nearby. Came back covered in that ash and was in shock. Shock. It was. And AB's brother worked in the hotel right there. Right, Ma? The Marriott, was it?
But the whole thing is that thing was going to collapse.
But it didn't.
And then his brother used to work there.
His brother worked there. The stories that they tell you, what they witnessed and heard, without getting too crazy, is just nightmarish.
And not only that, the guys that I used to see every morning and say good morning to them.
Again, it's like I'm talking about those fires in California. Unless you were in the city at the time that this was going on, you have no idea. I was there. I wasn't in the city. I was living in the Bronx, but I had my mom down there, and I had a family down there and friends down there, and it was like, oh my God. Because it was like everybody knew someone that was affected by this. Whether it was a police officer, firefighter, EMT, somebody who was in there or worked around near it where things happened. So many people. It was like you knew somebody that knew somebody or you knew somebody directly. It affected everybody in the city somehow. And the unbelievable thing about such a tragic event was that how the city came together as one. It was unbelievable how everybody wanted to help. Everybody wanted to help. I've never saw anything like it. How the city united behind it after. It is highly concentrated. It's a highly concentrated city. Millions of people.
I remember I couldn't get out of there.
I know, I said that already.
And then I had to I took the train.
I know, I said that already, Mom.
Packed.
I know. I mentioned that already.
And
Anyway, we're getting close now to Blue Origin, hopefully. The coverage should start in about 5 minutes, hopefully. But it's kind of ironic because there were people that wanted to go help, ordinary citizens that wanted to go and help at the site after, but they told people, don't come down here. We've got this contained. And I think about that now because I wanted to. Think how many people got cancer and from being down there.
it was horrible.
So it's a lot to think about. A lot to think about. It was horrible, man. And like,
And the whole thing is that you looking at that it's happening. You're there, you're seeing the destruction and everything. And
Michael sent photos from 9/11. Because he was down there. I'll let you know when I get them. Where's that? Oh, there they go. Okay, these aren't too graphic, which is good. Is that you in the picture, Mike? Is that you? In uniform? In the firefighter gear? Speaking of cancers, New York, were your phones affected by the 1975? No. No. I remember the blizzard of 70, whatever it was, and it was insane. That I remember. And the blackout. That I remember as a little kid. It was like, oh my God. I was little. That's scary. It was scary. I'm not that old. All right, let's see. These are Mike's personal pictures. There's just two of them. And then we're going to start checking out the coverage of... So this is Mike in chat. He's on Trovo. This is him at the site.
there was 2 planes that hit that place there.
And he also took this picture. When I went to the footprint, it's very emotional. Did you see the pictures? Did I share it? Did you see the screen? I don't think I did, right? I wasn't sharing? Yeah, that's what I thought. It's actually got me a little bugged out right now.
Yeah, it gets to you.
It does.
Yeah.
So here's Michael. It definitely... And this one. Those are his pictures. Just a couple. It's not easy. It's not easy. All right. Let's see what's going on now. Let's see if the coverage has started. Let me refresh. I don't see anything yet. Let me just check YouTube. Let me see if because I don't see it on the Blue Origin site yet. Okay. 59 minutes. Now, just to put this in perspective, the Gleen 3 will be way bigger than the SpaceX Heavy. Think about that. There is some serious competition coming from this. Elon, they have a lot of catching up to do, but their rockets could end up being bigger than SpaceX's. And I'm gonna see. Yeah, but that's not. That's the new Glen 1. But the Glen 3. That's a little misleading. I should have saved it. I should have saved it. There was a scale. I should look at the Glen 3. This is the Glen, the new Glen. Maybe I should look at that. I should have kept it. I don't know if I'll be able to find it.
Leo,
Yes, Mom.
you know when that happened, we were having lunch in the swim room. When that happened with the building. We were sitting down, having lunch, and then, wow, these guys, oh my God. Then we all went to the swim room.
I can't find it. It stinks.
You can never forget that.
Maybe I could get it in images. Here it is. That's not necessarily the scale.
Tycho is out. Watch Tycho when you go through there because his head next to the couch.
It gives you an idea, though. Because the Starship is a little bit bigger. But this doesn't show the Glens 2 and 3 proposed designs.
Let me call my sister.
And SpaceX, really because of its booster and it's wider, is a little taller.
Let me look at Bigfoot right
But
now.
this doesn't give you an idea of what their future models are going to be bigger. But this will give you a little rough idea by the scales. to SpaceX's. But look how big this thing is. But still, with the Starship on their booster, it's taller and wider than the Blue Origin. But Blue Origin is already planning the new Gleen 2 and 3, which are bigger than SpaceX. This is all like a developmental thing. So there is going to be some competition here. So that's why. Now, obviously, this has a big catch up to do to SpaceX, but competition is good. Competition is good. It's healthy. So we shall see. Now, I don't know if there's any audio associated to this. We're going to find out. Nothing. There's no audio. Now, I'm going to do a quick check at the Blue Origin site. Because they may not go live till like a few minutes before, and I don't even know if it's on schedule. The countdown is here, but it can be held. It is counting down on the screen. It's a 3-hour launch window. So I'm going to keep this window up just in case they start to stream. I'm going to leave the audio open for this, just in case it starts. So hopefully like I said, there's no way if this is delayed, I'm not staying up till 2, 3, 4 in the morning just to watch this go up. That's not going to happen. So hopefully this will launch as scheduled at 1 a.m. Eastern.
Time now, L minus 51 minutes and counting to the start of Blue Origin's 3-hour window. Once again, for those who may have just now joined us, we have heard from a few sources that the T0 liftoff may have been pushed by about 30 minutes. So looking at a 1:30 potential departure for the new Gleen rocket, 0630 UTC. Blue Origin has also not started its own launch broadcast, which was slated to begin about 60 minutes before liftoff. So if that is still in fact the case, that would lend additional credence to a what we're hearing is a possible.
He means 60 minutes, not 16.
T0, about 30 minutes into the window.
Okay.
That's 30 minutes into a 3-hour window. So still plenty of time for Blue Origin to work through whatever it's working through and get to a launch today.
All right. So that does make sense because they were supposed to broadcast an hour before liftoff, which means it might start at 12:30 now. So the site is an indicator. When this goes live, then we know it's seriously it's counting down. So there seems to be something going on. So they haven't fixed the clock on that stream because this was supposed to start an hour before launch. And he just said it. It sounded like he said 16 minutes before liftoff. It's actually 60 minutes before liftoff. They were going to start doing the coverage an hour before. So that's why I'm keeping an eye on the Blue Origin site. Which makes sense. But it would be nice to see this thing go up tonight. Now, let's just look at this. New Gleen lifts off from Launch Complex 36. Following separation, the first stage autonomously descends to a landing platform located several hundred miles downrange in the Atlantic. The two BE-3Us ignite, propelling the second stage into space. The fairing separates and the Blue Ring Pathfinder payload, which will remain affixed to the second stage throughout the duration of mission, will be placed in a medium Earth orbit, MEO. And they can see the launch as far north as North Carolina. I'm just looking at it. It's named obviously after John Glenn. I'm just seeing if there's any other relevant information. So the booster's supposed to land, similar to SpaceX. That's what it's showing on here. Liftoff, ascent, stage separation, and the booster landing burn and the booster landing. And there's the payload. That's going to be interesting to see if it actually lands like SpaceX. We're going to have to see if that happens. Interesting. Again, we will keep an eye on this. And I actually want to see if there's anything. It doesn't say. Wow. I didn't know this. Blue Origin has for years pitched a rocket to compete with both SpaceX and ULA, United Launch Alliance, a joint venture of Boeing and Lockheed Martin that buys engines from Blue Origin for lucrative military launch contracts. The U.S. Space Force selected Blue Origin, ULA, and SpaceX in June to compete for $5.6 billion worth of Pentagon contracts for national security missions slated to launch over the next 4 years. And they're planning, this is interesting, they're planning an orbital reef space station. The new Gleen rocket could eventually help in the construction of the planned commercial space station. The question is whether Blue Origin will be able to sustain a competitive price point. Still, one feature that makes New Glenn stand out is its large payload fairing, or nose cone. The component protects the cargo bay and is a whopping 23 feet, 7 meters wide, nearly 6 feet larger than that of SpaceX Falcon 9 or Falcon Heavy. Though New Glenn outpowers the Falcon 9, SpaceX is in the process of developing a groundbreaking flagship of its rocket arsenal. And obviously, Starship is still bigger. Similar to SpaceX, Blue Origin is aiming to recover and rely on its first stage rocket boosters in a bid to make launches less expensive. So they're going to try to do the same thing. This is going to be interesting. And it's called the Jacqueline Recovery Platform, not some crazy name that they come up with the SpaceX ones. It's called the Jacqueline Recovery Platform. I'm just reading through the article. And believe it or not, that this company actually started developing reusable rockets before SpaceX was even created. 2 years before, actually. Blue Origin was founded in 2000, 2 years before Musk established SpaceX, and the company has already developed its suborbital New Shepard tourism rocket to be reusable. So they were actually developing these reusables before SpaceX was, but it took a lot longer. This is a quote, "It's not a copycat game. Blue Origin has been pursuing reusable vehicles since before reusable vehicles were cool. Now it's much more of a mainstream idea because of SpaceX. The difference is that it's taken Blue Origin so much longer to get to orbit. So, interesting. Little tidbits. But that's the point. Price, reusability. Because it really comes down to price and the frequency. What's up, Daryl? You can see it from your yard? Yeah, I've got it on the screen. They say the live feed from Blue Origin will happen an hour before liftoff, so there's already supposedly a delay till 1:30 now. That's what they were saying, so we'll see. But yeah. And I'm exhausted. This is not going to be an easy task for me to stay up. It's not. It's been a long weekend. Okay, get that drone or whatever that was flying in the background. Are you kidding? What was that? You could hear the rumble about 45 seconds after liftoff from there, where Popeye is. Are they playing music here? I don't have my audio. Where? On the Blue Origin website? Because I have the website on in front of me. Maybe I should refresh. We might as well get it up. We'll keep it very low for now. Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah, I have it on the screen now. I know there's a delay, so. You're saying it, it's already on the screen. Oh. So once it starts, I'm getting off camera and I'm going to make this full screen and mute and listen in and relax. It's like I said, it's been a long weekend. I spent the day with Mark D'Antonio yesterday. Went to a concert last night. Did work today. Did shows today. I'm like, I did my own show today with Toby. Yes. And you know, not to brag or anything, but our show is ranked up on the top. Oh boy. Sorry, you're the host of KGRA, but isn't that kind of weird? Toby and I are. It's kind of funny and ironic in a way. Believe it or not, the top shows that do well are the UAP shows. It is. Even though Into the Fire does really well with Jason White, but he's on TV. He's all over the place. He's well known. He's popular. All right, I'm going to get ready. And tomorrow, Toby and I will be discussing some really interesting stuff going on behind the scenes in the UAP field. And I'm not discussing it here because you're going to have to watch it tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern. But we are going to discuss into detail some stuff that the public, a lot of the public does not know about. Let's just say that. Well, there's actually a couple of things that we can't go into details. Something might break by the end of the week. Might. That's when Kathy was calling me a tease earlier. But there could be some interesting developments coming out from numerous groups, because I have to say that, groups. And, well, let's just leave it at that. And individuals. But we got to see if it does actually happen. Oh yeah, I mentioned that, the conspiracy stuff. Oh, I brought that up in the show. It was pre-recorded today for tomorrow. Oh my God, I can't sit here and listen to this music. That's just not happening. Matter of fact, I'll put a little sneak peek of tomorrow while we wait. This is just a quick. I can't let it play too much because there's information that I'd rather be breaking when we announce the stuff that we talk about.
Don't stop.
What is up, Bill 2025?
It came so quick. Oh my gosh. But happy holidays to you, belated holidays to you, your family, and everyone watching and listening. Hope you had a wonderful holiday season.
Oh, yeah.
But now, dude, it's 2025. Like you said, what's going on in the UAP area? I think we can expect quite a bit coming up this year. There's a lot of information back, behind the scenes.
If the rumors and speculation circulating are accurate, then things are going to kick off this week. I'm hearing from multiple sources. There are some members of a team from a black site coming forward this week. Out of respect to the people that are putting it out, I don't want to go into too much detail. And I mean, if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But that's just you've heard the rumors.
Yes.
I've heard from people pretty close to it that it is going to happen. The big question to me is, what evidence are they going to bring?
That's the key, because I'm hearing stuff behind the scenes without, like you said, being cautious, not putting names out there, about the next upcoming hearing and what they're planning for that hearing and the possible individuals that could take part of that hearing. But even if you bring, I'll just loosely say it, I might as well just put it out there, direct witnesses to events, you still need the evidence behind it, because people are going to say, okay, they're telling us a story. We've heard the story before. Those familiar with this field have heard many, if not all, of these cases that are discussed. And it's like, this is more for the public, the general public consumption when they have these hearings. You know that. And a lot of people that are watching and listening know that too. It's like, what's new? What's going on? For us, that's what we're looking for. We want more. We want more evidence, documents. But the problem is, and you know this from the frustration behind the scenes, especially with congressional officials trying to get that information by even entering a skiff.
Yeah, and there's the thing. If they get into a skiff and they get the info, the public's not getting it.
Exactly.
It's classified. So it's kind of a catch-22.
Blue Origin is live now?
There could be plenty of evidence. None of us have the clearances to see it. So like you said, we're left in the same spot.
Oh, but we come out with a few things that's. We shouldn't have gotten into too many details. But we did. Not too much.
Now is
Though.
the time.
New Shepard has cleared the tower.
All right, I'm muting myself.
Space to all.
Guys, we're doing it!
And lay the way for generations to come. When our descendants look to the stars, they'll remember this time. When they reflect on where it started, they'll remember this place. And when they honor those first explorers who said, "Let's go," they'll remember these bold steps. We are of blue origin. And this,
that's right, there it is, go for that.
is just the beginning.
Welcome, everyone. It is a beautiful day to launch our new rocket. Denise, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you, Ariane. I can't believe we're here together. You know, so many years of hard work from across all the teams of Blue Origin to bring us here today. And a warm welcome to everyone watching. I've been at Blue Origin for 4 years, and I just got to say, I am so thrilled to be here.
You were speaking my language, girl. Now, Denise, you're one of our principal engineers on the New Glenn program. I'm looking forward to your insider perspective as we go through launch. What do you think you're most looking forward to tonight?
So many things, but I think for me, hands down, it's going to be the noise. You know, New Glenn is just so big. Those BE4 engines are so powerful, and it's so close to us. I really think that people all up and down the Cape and Cocoa Beach are going to see something brand new today. And yep, that's what I'm here for. I'm going to bring some insider technical content as we go. You know, in my role at Blue as the principal contamination control engineer on the New Glenn team, I'm going to try to provide all those cool details that folks might want to know.
It's great to have you with me today. Thanks so much. You've been one of many team members working extremely hard on this vehicle, so this is a big day for you and the team.
And what a day for you, Ariane. Congratulations on your baby girl. Welcome back from maternity leave.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be here for New Glenn's first launch. Absolutely no way I would miss this. I had my beautiful baby girl just a couple months back, and now I feel like I'm back for the birth of my other baby back here, New Glenn. But before we get in a little too deep into the show, I do want to take a moment to acknowledge the devastating fires in California. We hope that everybody remains safe, and we want to send our deep appreciation for the incredible work of the firefighters and emergency workers battling these fires and caring for so many people. We at Blue actually have a few hundred employees in the great state of California, many at the center of it all.
We are Team Blue, and our hearts are with you during this difficult time.
Well said. Now, with that, let's turn our attention to the star.
Did you see
of
the
show
teleprompter?
today, New Glenn, standing proud on the launch
Reflection on the
tower
glass
just a
in the
few
back?
miles away at Launch Complex 36.
There it is, standing tall. And you know, we've got plenty of cameras all around the pad, so we're going to get some great views today.
That rocket looks good.
It
All
really
right.
does.
Why don't you start, Denise, by giving us a tour of the vehicle?
Well, New Glenn is Blue Origin's next generation orbital class rocket, and it's built on a reusable first stage.
And speaking of reusability, let's look at the aft section there of New Glenn. One of the things that is critical to New Glenn, of course,
It's actually been
as a
pushed to
reusable
130,
vehicle,
they
is
say now,
the landing
Eastern,
gear
Bob.
that's housed in the aft section there.
So there's actually 6 landing legs on that aft section, and they're actually going to deploy right before it lands.
And unlike New Shepard, our suborbital vehicle, New Glenn's booster is going to land out at sea.
New Glenn is going to launch vertically here at the Cape. It'll then arc over the Atlantic on its way to orbit. The first stage is then going to maneuver its way back to Earth onto a landing platform that's actually positioned in the Atlantic Ocean. Now, the first stage booster is powered by 7 BE4 engines, and these are really powerful engines. Each one is capable of over 500,000 pounds of thrust each. So when we combine all 7, we're talking about a launch vehicle with a thrust at liftoff of nearly 4 million pounds.
3.85 million to be exact. Got to make sure our engineers, out there don't call us out. Got to get the sig figs right. But that's just the first stage. And as the first stage is busy landing back on Earth, meanwhile, the second stage is going to continue into orbit. And just for a quick intro for those that are not, really into rockets, when we talk about stages, basically what we're doing is we stack one rocket on top of the other. Stage 1, stage 2. Stage 2 is the bottom. Stage 1 is the stage 1 is the bottom, stage 2 is the top.
Correct, yeah. So stage 2 is actually what's sitting right there on top of the booster on the pad. And what's really unique about the second stage is that it's powered by 2 BE-3Us. Now, these are actually an upgraded design based on the liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen engines that power New Shepard.
And then, of course, there's the crown of the vehicle, if you will, the payload fairing on top.
Yep, that's my favorite part, the payload fairing. It sits right on top of that second stage, and it's really a protective cover that takes care of our payload on its way to space. But it's really what's inside the fairing that's at the heart of every New Glenn mission.
That's right. So every rocket launch is about sending something to space, and today's launch is no different. For this first mission, that payload is a pathfinder for another Blue Ring program, Blue Ring. It happens to be very near and dear to my heart because it's the program that I help lead. But before we get too deep into that, I am thrilled to say that we've got a couple other faces to meet this evening that are going to be bringing us all the action. So first, I would like to bring in my teammate Maggie McNeese from our government team in DC. She's standing near mission control now. Maggie, you there?
Hey, Ariane. Hey, Denise. We really doing this?
This is happening. We are definitely here at launch day, and you have to be feeling some of the same tingles we are down here. Why don't you situate us to where you are standing up there? What's going on? What is the vibe up there?
The vibes are impeccable. I am here by mission control. Right down the hallway, as you said before, we've got our launch control. In these rooms are our engineering teams and operators who are going to go ahead and be, looking at all of the data coming off the vehicles. They're going to give us our best chance of success today.
Now, we've got a pretty special assignment for you there, Maggie. We're going to have you reporting right up there through the launch to keep us plugged in behind the scenes. What are you looking forward to sharing with us today?
A lot. I'm really, really looking forward to making sure that you know what's going on in these rooms, take you through some of the personalities we've got inside, how it all works. If there are a couple anomalies, we'll work through those together. It's going to be a great time, Ariane.
Love it. Thank you so much, Maggie. We are grateful to have you up there and keeping us connected. And of course, we're going to patch you in as we go. Now, let's check in with our broader Blue team. Our employees in Florida today are getting a close-up view of the launch over at nearby Cars Park. Eddie Seifert is there standing by. Eddie, you there?
Yeah. Hey, Ariane. Welcome. Welcome to the best seat in the house. We've got the best Team Blue behind me. I hope you can hear it. It's pandemonium. How are you guys doing over there?
Oh, my God. I love the energy. Talk to us. Tell me about the scene. What you're seeing. What's the view? Talk to us.
We are 6 miles away as the crow flies to Launch Complex 36. It's pandemonium here. New Glenn is perfectly viewed in the distance, and we are here to support at Cars Park. We're joined by Space Coast residents. We're joined by family members, team members. This is really an exciting moment for Team Blue.
Eddie, now you're a familiar face across Blue Origin. You've got a front row seat at Blue watching this rocket go from design to build to test. What's going through your head right now?
It's a collective sense of anticipation. Everyone here has done everything that they knew to do to the best of their ability. Their family members have sacrificed for them to be here at this moment at New Glenn 1. And we have one proposal. Let's send it. Let's light this candle. Let's send New Glenn to space. Let's send Blue Ring on its mission. This team is hyped.
Well, Eddie, one more cool thing that you and the team collaborated on. I understand all of Team Blue signed the fairing before it went to the pad. You want to tell me about that?
Yeah, so signing space hardware is a tradition at Blue. From the New Shepard propulsion module panels to the crew capsule base heat shield, those engines on New Glenn have our signatures. Now, the nice thing about those 7-meter fairings that are over 60 feet tall is that it can fit the signatures of more than 10,000 employees that currently call Blue Origin home. And so that's what we're sending to space in addition to the hardware. And this team right here, they made it happen.
Well, thank you, Eddie. Can't wait to check in with you again shortly. You keep the Team Blue pumped down that, but I have a feeling you're not going to have too many troubles. No, they seem pretty psyched.
We're psyched to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Eddie. Well, I look forward to what both Eddie and Maggie can bring to the show. Let's take a little deeper dive into the mission today.
So there is a lot. Right now, we are tracking a number of technical milestones between now and liftoff, and then there's going to be another set of critical in-flight milestones once we're underway. Now, we do want to be very clear about our objectives today. This is New Glenn's first flight, and we prepared rigorously for it. But no amount of ground testing or mission simulation is a replacement for flying this rocket in space.
Well put. Our key objective today is to reach orbit safely. Anything beyond that is icing on the cake, bonus points, cherries on sundaes, whatever you want to call it. We know that landing the booster on the first try offshore in the Atlantic is ambitious, but you can't win if you don't try, and we are going for it tonight. And no matter what happens, we are going to learn, refine, apply that knowledge to our next launch, both, of course, in the design of the vehicle, but also into the operations. And about that booster, again, yes, we are going for it. New Shepard landed on only its second attempt in November of 2015. I happened to be on the ground for that in West Texas back in the day, and it was wild. And man, I can't wait to see if we can make some more history here with New Glenn, which our booster today has been named with a pretty cool name. You wanna tell us that?
Sure is. Our booster's named, so you're telling me there's a chance.
Classic 90s movie reference there for all you Jim Carrey fans. But let's level set here. You think we're going to stick the landing? Like if you were a betting lady in Las Vegas this evening?
So we think it's possible. You know, the truth is that this is an enormous goal. We're trying to land a giant building-sized vehicle that's plummeting down from space. There's just so much complex engineering that goes into this. But you know, it's time that we try it for real, and today is that day.
Let's do it. Let's put it to work. We'll see how it performs. But hey, no matter what happens, we're going to learn a ton, get loads of data, and apply it to NG2 and beyond. Now, that said, if we land this thing, I'm going to lose my mind.
You and me both.
Okay, good. Just setting expectations for everybody on this one. Now, some other business to discuss this evening is the payload we have on board. We have early technology demonstration on board for Blue Ring. And as mentioned before, it is something that I'm very excited about because it's related to the program that I help lead here at Blue Origin. There it is on the left side of your screen there, sitting nice and ready to go in the payload fairing. But to be clear, what you're looking at, this is not Blue Ring itself. This is not the Blue Ring spacecraft itself. It is a pathfinder for the Blue Ring vehicle. And so the Blue Ring vehicle that we are building currently employs a lot of the same technologies and capabilities that are put in that vehicle that you see on the left of your screen. And today we are going to validate the communication capabilities from orbit to the ground. Now, it's also worth noting that today's payload is non-separating. So it's going to actually stay attached to the second stage throughout the mission as it powers on and it begins collecting data. For the broader system we're building, for the Blue Ring itself, you can think of Blue Ring as a utility vehicle, a multi-tool, or kind of a mobile service station that we can use to run errands around the solar system. Today, on this mission, it's a super cool pathfinder for that vehicle that we'll be flying. We have some exciting details to share a little later on. We're going to get way in depth on the exact technology that we're testing today, as well as Blue Ring. But I'll tell you right now, I'm super excited about not just the launch, but the payload, and for both, the New Glenn team and the Blue Ring team. So much work has come together today. And that's why today is such a big deal. We're going to be laying the foundation of our mission to build a road to space for the benefit of Earth.
Such an exciting launch and just so much to aim for.
Yes, but to level set again, at the end of the day, we know that we're in this for the long haul. Today is just day one, the beginning of a new chapter for New Glenn. We're going to collect a significant amount of data, no matter what happens. And from our perspective, the way I like to put it, data is the currency of success. The more data we have, the better off we are. The longer we fly, the more data we collect, the more we can crunch on, so we can reinvest back into New Glenn for New Glenn 2 and beyond.
Yeah, absolutely. And that data is really going to be critical for our engineers and our ability to evolve New Glenn into a fully operational program. With New Shepard, we've flown 28 missions so far, and we've sent over 40 astronauts to space. And while we consider that system fully operational, that flight data that we get after every mission helps our engineers fine-tune the system. It helps us refine our procedures, reduces the overall time between launches, and perhaps most important of all, it significantly drives down the cost of spaceflight.
And we have learned so much as New Shepard has progressed. And by the way, those learnings all come into play on New Glenn. We've integrated a lot of design and operational lessons from New Shepard into New Glenn. So, and speaking of lessons learned from New Shepard, there's that recurring Blue Origin theme of reusability. New Shepard has, with its booster, of course, one that lands, right? New Glenn, the same deal. But let's point out one big difference. New Shepard lands on a landing pad in the desert, while New Glenn's landing pad is out in the Atlantic Ocean. I should take a moment to note, the ocean, the seas out there have been quite rough for the last several days. So, that is why we took a little bit of extra time to get a really good chance of landing this booster tonight. So a big kudos to our team that is out there operating the Jacqueline. They have been rocking and rolling with the waves out there for several days, but things are going to get exciting this evening. Now, a key piece of this landing system is the landing ship, which we call the Jacqueline. You want to tell us a little bit more about the Jacqueline?
Would love to. So we've actually named our landing platform after a very special Blue Origin family member, the Jacqueline. It's right now out at sea, a couple of 100 miles from Cape Canaveral, and the crew that's operating the Jacqueline is actually positioned nearby in a different support vessel.
That seems prudent, doesn't it?
It does.
Just saying.
We're also going to, there it is. And we also have a lot of cameras on our ship today, so we expect to be able to watch it live as our booster touches down, and that's just going to be so cool.
Yes, it is going to be such a pivotal moment. Our first landing attempt for this rocket. We have got to make sure that that gets captured regardless of what happens. And there's a live shot, a beautiful landing pad there with our Blue Origin feather, just waiting to just welcome home a rocket from space. No big deal.
And after that booster lands on the Jacqueline, the vessel is going to transport the booster back to our facilities here at Rocket Park. We're going to do an inspection before flying again. And this is, of course, very important because...
You've heard us sing this tune before. Reusable vehicles are how we will radically reduce the cost of access to space. Now, I hope you're all out there getting a sense of the set pieces here that make up today's launch. We've got the vehicle itself. We've got the ground systems, but we've also got the sea-based systems. And of course, all of the people, the teammate across the Cape and the US, frankly, that are working hard to get us to our launch. Now, let's take a moment and toss to New Glenn on the pad as we make our way towards the very first orbital flight for Blue Origin.
Don't you take that clock off the screen.
We are officially at
Oh, don't you take it off.
minutes and 57 seconds to go until launch, our first launch of New Glenn. I should note that as we go along here, you might see our clock bounce around a little bit. That's just our teams getting aligned and making sure that by the time we get down to zero, everybody's set.
It's like
and
she
ready
heard
to
us.
Go. But talking about ready to go, Denise, why don't you give us an
this
update on
is
the
too
vehicle
funny.
and its preparedness?
Absolutely.
Oh my
so our
gosh.
team
I
has
need to
already
mute.
completed fueling up New Glenn's propellant tanks for both our first stage and our second stage. We are now entering the next step, which is called propellant conditioning. This is, of course, a crucial step because we need to make sure that those propellants are at the right temperatures and at the right pressures. We also need to manage pressure. You might have noticed that there's a lot of excess gases that are being vented from our first stage and our second stage. This is because our cryogenic propellants are so cold that they're experiencing something called a boil-off. So we are venting all that excess gas to prevent buildup and overpressurization. You may have also noticed on your screen that we have the flame stacks, or what we lovingly call the tiki torches. That's there as a safety mechanism to make sure that we are burning all that flammable oxygen and hydrogen, protecting New Glenn and our launch pad. So that is where we are right now. We'll keep tracking progress as we make our way to terminal count.
Thank you very much. We will look forward to the next update on the team and the rocket there. Now, we mentioned that we're sitting in the rocket factory here. Blue Origin's mission control is right upstairs, right above our head. And we're very close to where the rocket is itself. So maybe if you zoom out a little bit, Denise, you can give us a sense from a geography-wise where we're sitting.
We are super close. So behind me, I have a map of Florida. You can see very clearly here we have Merritt Island and Cape Canaveral. If you go ahead and zoom in, I'll show you where we are right now. We are right now at Blue Origin's Rocket Park. This is where New Glenn is built, integrated, tested. This is where we're coming in live from our studio. And just a short 8 miles away, we have LC-36, where New Glenn is standing proudly, waiting for its first launch. You just heard from Eddie and a few of our employees. They're just here in Cars Park, and if you're lucky enough to be watching from either Jetty Park or anywhere up, down Cocoa Beach, you are gonna get a great view of the New Glenn launch tonight. So that's the lay of the land here. It just really goes to show you how the full operation of New Glenn is nearby.
And not only that, but New Glenn, the New Glenn operation is also right in the heart of all this great space history here in Florida.
So the Atlas II and Atlas III launches took place from here. The Mariner, Pioneer, and even Surveyor missions. They sent spacecraft to explore Jupiter, Saturn, Mercury, and even the lunar surface. Here's some footage showing off the renovated launch pad that carries all that history.
I think I speak on behalf of everybody here at Blue Origin that it's just an honor to be launching a next generation vehicle right here on top of all of that history. And the launch pad is so close. I mean, I know we're going to hear it and feel it in this building. I mean, I literally would not be surprised if lights start shaking.
You know, from here, we can watch and hear just about any launch system that takes off from the Cape, and it gets loud. But we think this one, for New Glenn, may be one of the loudest ever. For one, the pad is just so close to Rocket Park, but also there's just the enormous size and power of those 7 first-stage BE-4 engines.
And we have been talking about that rumble for years, and I cannot wait. As a California girl who has lived through a couple of earthquakes, I am ready for this one. This is going to be awesome. Now, you mentioned a second ago, it's just so unique that the public is going to get such a great view of New Glenn launches, especially from viewpoints like, Jetty Park, Port Canaveral, Cocoa Beach. So many people gather to watch launches from these spots already. And wow, I mean, look, this is a live view. If you're sitting there right now in Cocoa Beach, shout out to you guys. You're probably sitting in a nice lawn chair with a cold beverage in your hand. That's what I'd be doing if I weren't here behind the desk with you, Denise. You guys are going to get to see and feel this launch with an insane view. So, other than maybe tripping some tsunami warnings, y'all are going to have a great evening.
There really is nothing better than a beachside rocket launch.
Well, and weather permitting, it's not just people down here in Florida. People in the region, kind of the southeast region of the U.S. You see this image right here. Look, that's going all the way as far north as North Carolina. Several states north are going to be able to see this launch during different phases of flight based on where you are. So a little bit of a guide here. If you guys are all still up, it's a bit late here on the East Coast, but this is an exciting launch. So shout out to you guys as well that are watching live from the East Coast. All right, everybody, we're at T-minus 33 minutes and 30 seconds to go and counting down to our launch window opening at T-minus 0 for New Glenn's first launch. Denise, I cannot believe I'm saying that. We've been talking about this such a long time. It's just wild. Now, again, this is our first flight. We have prepared rigorously for it, but I want to reiterate, our key objective today is to reach orbit safely. That in itself is a big deal. And anything beyond that is a bonus. That said, we also know that landing the booster would be very cool. We also know that it is very ambitious to do this on the first time, but we're going for it. And no matter what happens, we are going to learn a lot. We're going to refine. We're going to apply that knowledge to our next launch and beyond. It is an exciting day, and we are so glad that you, our audience, is here to join in on all the action and all the excitement. Okay, while we've got a moment, we've got this beautiful rocket on the pad on our screen. Why don't we dive in a little bit deeper on New Glenn? Denise, our experts here, why don't we dig in, give our audience a sense of what sets this vehicle, New Glenn, apart from other launch vehicles, both past and present?
Well, to start, it's just massive, just over 320 feet tall, or almost 98 meters. And just think about that. That's like a 32-story building. It's really hard to describe what that means, but another way to think about it, we all know and love New Shepard. Picture 5 New Shepards stacked one on top of the other, and that's approximately the height of New Glenn.
And that's remarkable when you think about that jump from New Shepard to New Glenn. Just that size. Oh, say, there you go. You see this great image on our screen here that gives you a sense. That's we talk about step by step ferociously. That's a big old step we're taking tonight.
It's also amazing to think that New Shepard technically could fit as a payload right inside of New Glenn's fairing with room to spare on the sides.
And as fun as that would be, we don't really need to ship New Shepard off to another planet anytime soon, as far as we can imagine, although that would be a pretty cool, sneaky, third and fourth stage if you count that capsule in there. But that said, we make this point because it speaks to future capabilities, like moonlanders, other large vehicles that are similar in size to New Shepard. It is incredible that fairing volume and the size, what it's going to enable as we build this road to space. Now, it's not often that you get to stand next to a massive rocket like that on a launch pad, ready to go to space. But you and I had an amazing opportunity. This is just a day or two ago. And I don't know, I just look at this video and I get tingles. It was incredible to be at the base and looking at what our team has worked on for such a long time. There you see the flame trench. Smoke and fire, baby. That's what we're looking for tonight.
I get chills every time I watch that. I mean, that was just so incredible. That's not something that I will likely forget anytime soon. It's just so tall when you're standing right next to it.
Yeah. Well, that tall rocket is going to space tonight. And you all are going to be here to watch and cheer on with us. It's a big night. That's all I can say.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully that'll give you a key differences between a vehicle like New Glenn and others that have lifted off from this pad in the past. I think there's another key thing about New Glenn, and it really is that reusability aspect. So while the scale of New Glenn is truly remarkable, I mean, this rocket is built for big things, supersized, with an incredible lift capability. But to do that in a way that's sustainable, using reusable hardware, I think that for me is the biggest innovation for New Glenn.
100%. Reusability. It is such a critical component of reducing the costs of future access to space. you just can't say enough how important reusability is.
And so New Glenn also has that second stage rocket, right? We talked about the first stage and the second stage. And, you know, rocket fans know this, but just like Saturn V or other big launchers, rockets fly in the first stage and the second stage with the job of the first stage, or sometimes what we call the booster, to lift the vehicle from Earth up to space. The stages will then separate, and it's the second stage that powers our payload into orbit.
So here you see a cool, again, another cool overlay. Oh, you saw it just a moment ago of the Saturn V rocket. I mean, we are just about the same height, like, and the power of the two vehicles and the significance to be compared to that is amazing. And you know what? Our game plan, like Saturn V, our game plan is to use New Glenn to go to the moon too. I hope you host that webcast with me too on that one. Coming here shortly. So that's our orbital rocket in a nutshell. Now, while we've got a couple minutes to go here, we're at T-minus 28 minutes to go until New Glenn's first launch. Why don't we check in with our teammates over at Cars Park? Eddie, you there?
Yeah, hey Ariane, we're here at Cars Park. We're less than 6 miles as the crow flies to Launch Complex 36. We can see a great view of New Glenn standing 320 feet tall, the 2 vehicle access towers, one of the largest water towers in the world, and we are ready. Aren't we ready, team?
Quite the crowd down there, and I feel like it's grown exponentially since we saw you last. And not just current employees, but their kids and future Blue Origin employees are all out there psyched for this first flight.
We've got our New Glenn patch.
What are you hearing the employees talk about?
Well, so listen, we're looking forward to the rumble of the BE-4 engine. We're going to hear it. We're looking forward to the blue streak across the dark sky. And we've got, you know, the flags, the emblems, the swag. We're very proud to be here. We're very proud to be sharing this moment with our community. Right? The word that everybody keeps using tonight is grateful. How grateful we are to be here, how grateful we are for each other, and how grateful we are for the Space Coast that has accepted us.
So a lot of these folks have day jobs here in the factory, and you're not far from us, but describe the view you're getting. How is it different from what people will see from here at Rocket Park?
Yeah, we've got an unencumbered view of the launch pad of New Glenn. We'll be able to see that arc as Blue Ring heads on its mission, and we're very excited about that. The air is electric here. We're just buzzing with excitement, and we're thrilled to be here, really.
I'm not going to lie, I'm a little jealous that you guys are going to get such a straight-on view of the launch pad. Oh, not complaining. Denise and I have a pretty great seat here, too, but thank you, Eddie. We'll be checking in back soon with you there again down at Cars Park.
We've got one more chant for you guys. We're going to get loud for you.
Wow, I love it. I love it. You feel the energy down there. I absolutely love it. Now, one employee on the New Glenn team that is not down there with Eddie, and I do want to give a special call out to our program leader for New Glenn, Jarrett Jones. Jarrett has led the New Glenn program for years, and I'm very grateful to be able to call him a friend. He has a deep background in aerospace. There he is. And he's been instrumental through the build-up to today's launch. I mean, there you see him just a moment ago, and let's see. Can we point him out here in launch control? Yes, he is there, kind of that first row, bottom left. There you go, checking in, got his eyes glued to his screen, talking to one of our long-term core employees here. We got Mark Featherstone, who has been also leading this program for a long time. And man, and you saw that image just a moment ago with him in front of the New Glenn. That was the day that we installed the 7 engines on New Glenn for the first time. And I'm pretty sure he is absolutely psyched. You also see the gentleman in the center of that front row in the green sweatshirt. That is Dave Limp, our CEO, who joined us just a about a year ago, and man, talk about sparking some fire. It has been wonderful to have him on the team with us, and he is clearly absolutely dialed in. And last but not least, in between Jarrett and Dave, Jeff Bezos, our founder, who of course has been thinking about this day for many years. And I should also throw in a special happy birthday to Jeff. What a day. I wouldn't mind having a rocket launch on my birthday, but this man deserves it. So much patience, commitment, passion for what we're doing. It's just, we are very lucky, Denise, to have such a leadership team here supporting us at Blue as we go through all of these programs and getting them off and going. But at the middle of many of them and the core to making a lot of this work, New Glenn. That's why today is so important. Okay, everybody, we're at T-minus 23 minutes to go until launch. It is so great to have you all joining us for today's inaugural launch. We have folks tuning in from all over for this big day, and of course we had Eddie and the team down at Cars Park. But we also wanted to give a nod to a couple special groups watching from across the nation. We've got employees tuned in at multiple sites, checking in and rooting for New Glenn. As I mentioned, not only do a lot of our employees work on multiple programs. There we go. We got Kent. We got Huntsville. I love it. Kent, of course, our headquarters. I see you guys. Huntsville, where we build all of our engines, our BE4s, our BE3Us, and of course, Blue Ring. You guys should be so proud.
Your team spirit. Oh, I just know that everybody here has worked so hard for this and cannot wait for the next 22 minutes. Hi, everyone.
And our team down in Huntsville, our beautiful engine factory. You guys are just the best, just the best. Well, you can see the passion, the energy. We have been working so hard to get to this point. All right, well, I can't complain about our view from right here. We have got a pretty sweet spot here, but I do want to go upstairs to our co-host, Maggie, who's up near Mission Control. Maggie, you there?
Here, and I have found a new place to hang out.
Wow, all right, so I know that not only do you get to hang out near Mission Control, but this for our audience gives you a sense of how close they are to just being able to go outside on the deck there. Tell me about this view that you get and that some of our VIPs are going to get tonight.
Yep, I am out on the balcony. We are on the 3rd floor of our rocket factory. And just out there, you can see the red blinking light at the top of our tower. So the launch pad is right out there. And then just to my left here is the mission control team. So you know when that rocket goes up, they'll be turning their heads briefly to the right. So we're out here. We've got some guests, VIPs, some of our Blue family inside. They're still in there while it's warm, but I expect to see more and more people headed out here soon.
Now, Maggie, I know you're able to also listen in on the radio with the team behind you. What are some of the things that you're hearing?
Sure. About this time in the count, I am hearing them going into their weather brief. They are making sure that everything is clear downrange. That's both the water and in the air. And I haven't heard anything thus far, Ariane.
Well, thank you, Maggie. So great to have you up there, keeping us tuned into all of the action. As we noted, we've got launch control and mission control right back to back. We'll be checking in again with you in a couple of minutes. Okay, we're at T-minus 19 minutes and 50 seconds to go until our targeted liftoff. So we're getting closer and closer. And we want to point out a few things coming up ahead in our countdown, because some of them actually come in a pretty quick sequence.
Yeah, so coming up, we're going to have a planned weather check. This is where our teams take one last look at the weather for launch today. This weather check validates that our trajectory is still on track, and the team will continue to close out any remaining open items that could be on their dashboard.
The very capable folks in launch control upstairs will undoubtedly be checking through closeouts over the next few minutes or so. And once we get through those, we'll start to go into some final vehicle checks. So do you want to walk us through those final vehicle checks?
Once we get to about T-4 terminal count, we're going to transition New Glenn into where our auto sequence begins. And the operation really becomes hands-off for our operators. We're going to be switching New Glenn to internal power, internal hydraulics, and things will move really quickly from there.
And then, as we approach the final moments, and just before we light the engines, there's this water deluge.
It's a huge water deluge. This is going to engulf the flame trench completely, which is going to protect our rocket from vibroacoustic and thermal loading. Finally, autopilot will be enabled. We'll flex those gimbaling engines, and then, well, ignition.
Game on, ignition. I cannot wait for that moment. So all of this is very exciting, even to just hear said out loud. I think there's also a very specific sequence for starting the first stage engines. And talk us through that, because it's not like they just all turn on at once. We got to be careful about how we sequence the engines igniting.
Correct. So you might think that we ignite all 7 BE4s at once, but that's actually not the case. We do something called a staggered start sequence. Engines 1, 4, and 7 will light first, followed by engines 2, 3, 5, and 6. Now, of course, these will happen in a very quick succession, but the staggering start really helps to decrease the sudden pressure on the whole system. There just truly is so much power in those BE4 engines. So staggering them creates a more smooth on-ramp for all that power.
Absolutely. And we talk a lot about the rocket, but you can't forget the ground systems as well, right? So when we are essentially protecting the rocket from the vibration and all that power coming out of the engine, we're also protecting the launch pad itself, right? You see from the map that you showed us earlier how close we are to the water. The water table is just a couple of feet below the launch pad. And I should really talk, a lot of engineering went into the complete refurbishment of our launch complex. And so we want to take care of it. It's there for the long haul. But man, we got a big old powerful rocket. So this water deluge system is critical to both the rocket and the ground, the launch pad, the ground support equipment. Okay, we are at T-minus. We have just had a clock update here. We are at T-minus 37 minutes and 20 seconds to go until launch. As we mentioned, this is kind of what we can expect from our team as they get aligned and ready to go into launch today. So they just need a couple more minutes, and that's A-OK. You know, we say this on the New Shepard webcast as well, which is we have spent years designing this rocket and, you know, months building it and months going into designing this operation. If we need a couple more minutes before we press go on this thing, that is A-OK with all of us. So with that, why don't we take a moment here to check out this beautiful New Glenn rocket on the pad, getting ready for its first mission to space ever.
The clock just changed. Now it looks like they pushed it. It looks closer to 2 a.m. now.
Welcome back, everybody. We're at T-minus 33 minutes and 53 seconds to go until New Glenn's first launch. We are so happy to have you all joining us for this historic launch, both here in the U.S. and everywhere around the world. Denise, tell our audience, where are we up to in the preparation of our vehicle?
So right now we're completing a systems functional check for New Glenn, and this is critical because we're ensuring that all of our systems are operating nominally. We're going to verify propulsion, avionics, guidance, communications, and even safety systems. Our engineers are also running diagnostics on all the BE4s and BE3Us. We're checking flight computers, we're checking telemetry. We're also going to do one final comm check. This is really crucial because we want to make sure that we're getting the right data between the rocket and the ground, as well as verifying the signal integrity. Now, coming up, we're going to do one last weather check. This is where we get real-time data on wind speed, direction, temperature, humidity, cloud cover, lightning, even thunderstorms. Not just for the LC-36 pad, but we're also checking the weather where the Gleen is so that she's ready to receive our booster. So that is where we are right now. Things are going to move quickly here.
Thanks, Denise. And yeah, we should reiterate again, the weather, we got to take into consideration the weather here, but also downrange, where the landing ship is, the Gleen. We've mentioned it earlier. Of course, that was one of the reasons why we needed to take a little bit more time before getting to launch this evening. The sea state out there, it was a little rough. They were rocking and rolling. And we want to give our rocket the best chance of coming into land and sticking that landing on the Gleen. There is the Gleen ready to receive the first stage of New Glenn so we can take it back home, refurbish it, put another payload on top, and go again. But again, we should reiterate some of our objectives for today. The primary objective is to go to space, go to orbit safely. That's number one. And if we happen to land this booster, as we mentioned before, there are going to be a lot of people losing their minds, mine as well. So stay tuned for that. Now, Denise, why don't you go through a little bit more of the flow down there? So the Blue Ring team is up in mission control right now, also surely tracking their own checklist as they make sure the Pathfinder payload is ready to go to launch as well.
Correct, yeah. So upstairs at the MC, we'll have a launch control and mission control. So our launch team is the one that's doing all these system checks on New Glenn, while mission control is making sure that they're doing similar system checks for the Blue Ring Pathfinder.
Wonderful. And let's take a second and dig in a little bit more on that payload. The Pathfinder is a cool piece of technology, and really, it's just the initial demo for a vehicle program called Blue Ring that's quite far along in its own development. And we mentioned this earlier, today's demo is a non-separating payload. This means the payload tonight is going to stay attached to New Glenn's second stage for the entire 6-hour mission. The other thing I want to reiterate about this, this Blue Ring Pathfinder is it's going to be testing a lot of the same technology, but it's not the Blue Ring itself. It's not the same form factor, but we're going to learn a lot from this evening. Now, what we want to, excuse me, I should say, as we talk about the Blue Ring Pathfinder, I want to reiterate that it's attached to the second stage and it will stay there as it orbits the Earth. And that also is not normal, but we wanted to do that for today's demo mission. Now, today's demo mission on the Pathfinder is going to prove out some important components of our future vehicle, Blue Ring. And I get really excited. Clearly, I get so nervous I get excited talking about this. I love this program. It's one that I've had a hand in getting off the ground for the past year as part of Blue's in-space systems team. But I want to take you deeper into Blue Ring. Let's check out this video.
Blue Ring allows you to do many different things with one vehicle.
It's kind of like the Swiss Army knife of satellites. It does a lot, and it does it really well.
Blue Ring is part of building that base layer of infrastructure in space that we at Blue Origin talk about. We can take up to 13 customers up to space, up to 3 metric tons, deploy those satellites,
It's going to give them all the capability that they need to be able to be placed where they want, or they can use a lot of the capability inside of Blue Ring.
It can do data storage, data computing, relaying the data.
And it's going to be a massive asset because it now allows all these payload customers to offload all of their data relay and critical processing needs.
You've got space domain awareness, you've got communications capabilities, and then you've also got this ability to host things on Blue Ring itself.
For customers who need orbit maneuver, we can maneuver them between orbits, within an orbit.
We can have nominally 3,000 meters per second of delta V with this vehicle, and in some configurations all the way up to 4,000 meters per second. And it has dual propulsion systems, meaning that I can use the chemical systems for really fast maneuvers, but then have electric propulsion for all of the station keeping and low energy maneuvers. A lot of our work is going to be done in geostationary orbit for sure. But we've got capabilities to go out to cislunar orbits and interplanetary.
Blue Ring Pathfinder is going to be on our first New Glenn flight, which is really exciting.
This first mission, it demonstrates our space-to-ground interfaces. So it proves out that we can command our vehicle on orbit, can receive data from the vehicle.
We'll be testing out and demonstrating a lot of the capabilities that will be hosted on the Blue Ring vehicle as a whole.
We're building not just the transportation systems through New Glenn, but also the infrastructure that will help future generations take advantage of what space has to offer.
Blue Ring is going to multiply what we can do in space and create the infrastructure like nothing else.
I don't know about you, but I am pretty excited, if you can't tell, to be able to say that the team I work with in my day job, Blue Ring, is the team behind the first payload ever on New Glenn.
It is so, so cool. Thinking about the way a vehicle like Blue Ring will open up access to space. I mean, that's really what it's all about. That key aspect of today's mission is that demo of space-to-ground communication capabilities for Blue Ring.
You got it. The Blue Ring Pathfinder will be testing its ability to send commands to the spacecraft, receive telemetry, and edge processing software that will demonstrate local autonomy and machine learning that will be part of the storage and compute mission kit that's going to be flying on all of the future Blue Ring vehicles. So basically, it has a computer predicting if the spacecraft is getting sick. We're also testing radiometric tracking, which, by the way, helps in navigation by using radio waves to track the spacecraft's position and velocity. So basically, radiometric tracking uses radio frequencies to track where the vehicle is and where it's going.
So Blue Ring is going to be very busy during this mission. It'll be sending and receiving data. It'll be tracking its own location and processing mission data real time. And all of this will be communicated over RF to Atlas antennas stationed in Hawaii, the state of Georgia, and even Australia.
Yeah, these ground stations will collect telemetry and radiometric data, which is crucial for understanding how the spacecraft is performing and navigating in highly elliptical orbits in the MEO range. Now, this is unique because it allows the spacecraft to spend a significant amount of time over specific areas of Earth, making it an ideal orbit for certain communication and observation missions. And this is all part of proving how Blue Ring can navigate. All the data collected from this mission will be used to support the future production of the Blue Ring space vehicle, which undoubtedly will play a vital role in further space exploration and communication technologies.
That data and experience gained from this Pathfinder mission will be invaluable for our engineering team. It really does pave the way for more advanced missions. It helps ensure the reliability and the efficiency of future Blue Ring vehicles.
There you have it, folks. Now, Blue Ring Pathfinder is supported by the Department of Defense's Innovation Unit, or DIU. And let me tell you, we're so thankful for their involvement today. I should say they have been so supportive of our Pathfinder, but just the Blue Ring program in general. They are believers like us, so thank you to them. All right, with that, we're at T-minus 24 minutes and 3 seconds to go until T-minus 0. This is NG1, the first flight of New Glenn, and we are so glad you're here joining us this evening. Why don't we take a moment to talk about our mission objectives for the launch? This is our first flight, and we've prepared rigorously for it, but we also know that none of this is easy. And our key objective today is to reach orbit safely. Anything beyond that is icing on the cake, bonus points. We know that landing the booster on the first try offshore is ambitious, but we are going for it. No matter what happens today, we are going to learn, refine, and apply that knowledge to our next launch. We're really looking forward to seeing how the vehicle performs. As I said earlier, more data, the better, right? We've pushed every single part, component, system in our testing well beyond its limits by design, but we also recognize that no amount of ground testing or mission simulations can replace the real-world conditions of flying this system into space, which is why we can't wait for the mission to get underway, see how things perform, and apply all the lessons learned to our next launch and beyond. It is an absolutely thrilling day. Again, we're so glad that you're here to share it with us. Now with that, we're at T-minus 22 minutes and 30 seconds to go until launch. Why don't we take a moment and check out New Glenn on the pad as it gets ready for its first launch to space today. Thank you again, everybody, for joining us. We are at T-minus 20 minutes and 50 seconds to go until New Glenn's first launch. What a day for us. And, you know, it takes many, many smart people to bring a vehicle like New Glenn together. And one of those great people that I've had the pleasure of working with over several years is someone who now leads up customer integration for New Glenn. That is Blue Origin's Laura McGinnis. Laura is the Vice President of Mission Management for New Glenn. Now, before Blue, Laura spent time in a similar role with United Launch Alliance. She also had quite the career at the Air Force. And I had the pleasure of chatting with her just for a few minutes, just a little bit earlier, to hear what customers can start to expect from a vehicle like New Glenn. Let's listen to that chat.
Laura, thank you for taking the time, especially on such an important day, to give us a tour of the factory. This is kind of like your second home, I imagine, for the last couple of weeks.
Absolutely, Ariana. We're so excited about this factory and super excited to show you all a little bit about it.
Well, so talk to me a little bit about what we got going on here. We've got multiple rockets coming down the line.
Yeah, all kinds of things going on. So the basic layout is that the raw materials comes in from the south side of the building down here at the end of the aisle. We weld the tanks together down there. Then we bring the completed modules here for assembly. Over here we have our GS1 aft module, which will have landing legs, 7 BE4 engines installed. We do all of that work. We continue to assemble the stages down here. We build fairings. Behind the wall over here, our 7-meter fairing, which our customers love, and eventually we roll out the Glen Stage 1, Glen Stage 2, and the fairings out of the north end of the building. Those are all transported 8 miles over to Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. and are assembled in our integration facility over there prior to launch.
And that's also, of course, where we integrate the payload as well. Just talking about customers a little bit, what have the various customers been saying about what they're excited about?
We're working with our national security customer right now on certifying New Glenn because they really need an additional launch system.
Right.
We're also working with our NASA customers. They've got a lot of interest in the size of our payload fairing, both for rideshare kinds of things as well as large telescopes and large instruments. Commercial customers are thrilled.
All right. They changed the clock again. I can't stay up. I mean, I could lay down on the couch if you want me to just keep this going. And then set my alarm for 30 minutes from now. Me either. I can't stay up forever either. This is nuts. It just changed again. It got pushed by 15 minutes. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to stay on. 32 minutes from now, that's what? 2:06? Yes? 2:07? So I'm going to keep going. I'm going to set my alarm for 2. Because I'm going to lay down. I'm exhausted. I can barely stay awake. But I'll keep it going. Because I would like to see it launch. What the heck are we seeing now? Oh, I was going to say, what's going on? All right, I'm going to keep it going, but I'm going to lay down for a minute.
What do you feel like?
I mean, I will say I love that final 4 minutes. So when we pick up terminal count and we're counting down and the room is super quiet, the energy, the excitement, the moment, and then feeling that liftoff, seeing it on its way over the horizon, and then hearing that final call out that we have inserted our payload customer successfully into orbit is like just an amazing moment, and I can't wait for it. I know New Glenn's going to do it. It's going to be a great day.
A big thank you to Laura again for joining for that quick tour through our factory right behind where we are this evening. Okay, we are at T-minus 31 minutes and 6 seconds to go until NG1. We continue to tick down towards our first launch. I will mention again, you may have seen we went down and then we added some more time to the clock. That is just fine. That is our team taking a couple more minutes to make sure that all of their procedures are aligned as we tick down towards T-minus 0. So you might see a little bit more of that happening here. While we've got a little bit more time, why don't we talk about the flight profile for this evening's launch? What is that going to look like as we see this vehicle fly today?
We've imagined New Glenn's flight for so long. We've looked forward to this day, and I'm so excited just to see another vehicle of this size flying from the coast of Florida. We're going to be feeling the power of those BE-4 engines here in the studio very shortly. After liftoff, there are a number of important milestones in the flight that we'll be tracking, so let's go ahead and take a detailed look at what New Glenn's first flight is going to be like.
New Glenn lifts off from Launch Complex 36 on Cape Canaveral. 7 BE-4 engines will ignite and propel the rocket upward with over 3.8 million pounds of thrust, or roughly 17,000 kilonewtons. The vehicle will quickly reach supersonic speeds as it climbs through the atmosphere. As the rocket ascends, it will encounter maximum aerodynamic pressure known as max Q at around 40,000 feet or 12 kilometers. This is the point at which the stress on the vehicle is at its highest. Around 3 minutes into the flight, the vehicle will turn off its engines, marking the end of the boost phase. Shortly after, the reusable first stage will separate and begin its journey back to Earth. 2 BE-3U engines on the second stage will ignite and propel it onward into orbit with the payload. the reusable booster reorients in the vacuum of space using its reaction control system. At 220,000 feet, or 67 kilometers, it executes an exo-atmospheric deceleration burn using its center 3 engines. These engines gimbal for maximum control of the booster. This burn slows the vehicle down before re-entering the atmosphere. As it descends, the booster's strakes and fins work together to slow it down and guide it autonomously back to Earth, landing on a vessel at sea. At around 9,000 feet, or just under 3,000 meters, the first stage begins its final landing burn. The 3 middle engines will light for 20 seconds, slowing the vehicle in preparation for the final descent. The 2 outer engines will turn off, and the center engine will execute the final controlled maneuver onto the landing platform. The vessel will return to Cape Canaveral to prepare for its next mission. Meanwhile, in space, the second stage will continue to power the payload towards its final orbit. At around 400,000 feet, or 120 kilometers, the payload fairings will jettison. New Glenn will deliver an unprecedented range of payloads. Large satellites, dual payloads, orbital vehicles, large constellation dispensers, even moonlanders destined to establish permanent human presence on the moon. This is New Glenn. This is how we will build a road to space.
So again, there you got an opportunity to see what the mission profile will be for this rocket this evening. But I think what was really cool about that video as well is it gives you a sense of the future as well in terms of the various vehicles that we're going to be able to take on this rocket, whether it's a lot of LEO satellites or a lunar lander or a massive GEO payload, whatever it may be. I think that's one of the coolest things about this vehicle. It is very versatile, and it's the power of the vehicle matched with the volume of a 7-meter fairing that's going to allow this vehicle to be a workhorse for Blue Origin as well as our customers for years to come. So a beautiful rocket on the pad there waiting its first launch to space. Welcome back, everybody. We're at T-minus 16 minutes and 45 seconds to go until launch here. An exciting evening for all of us here at Blue Origin. I'm so glad that you've joined us. Now, we have spoken about the wealth of experience in the New Glenn launch and mission control rooms upstairs, and I want to take it back to Maggie upstairs, who is standing by up there. Maggie, you with us?
Yep, Ariane, I am back at Mission Control, and as we make our way towards terminal count, the energy is high. It might seem like it's a little quiet with everyone sitting down, but the communications are ongoing. The launch director and his team are working super hard to get us there.
I love it. They're in the zone. So, Maggie, I'd love for you to talk us through some of the people behind the mission up there. Walk us through who's on console.
We've got some of our best and brightest here in the Mission Control Center. So the Mission Control Center is actually a network of rooms. We've got Mission Control, Launch Control, and engineering support rooms where our team is looking through data constantly. Now, this whole team is led by our launch director. His name is Ben Dykstra. Ben is responsible for the launch, tip to tail. He is doing the go, no go, and making sure that we get our best chance of success. Ben actually comes from our New Shepard rocket. So Ben is a great example of how we take our flight pedigree from New Shepard and we are building it into New Glenn. Now, Ben and I go way back. We worked on New Shepard together for quite a while, and I've had a chance to talk to him quite a bit this week. And I was asking him what his pre-launch traditions are and what he's bringing here to New Glenn. And he gave me a couple answers. One, he sets 3 alarms because he really does not want to miss his call. I have a feeling he didn't have to actually use all 3 of them today, but I'll ask him afterwards. And then he also sets little Post-it notes on the screens of his console mates so that they get a little funny note or a little encouraging thing from their launch director before they go. And then when we do terminal count, he will be doing his fist bumps with the entire team.
I love it. I know Ben is going to crush it. Why don't you give us some other highlights? Who else is supporting Ben with launch control today?
Ben is supported by a really large team, and we're not going to have time to touch on them all, but a couple here. First, we have Ann Dickey. Ann is the assistant flight director, and shout out to New Shepard again. Ann comes from that program as well. Now, Ann has been working the integrated schedule all week long, really making sure that this team is ready to go. And after we launch successfully, she is going to get herself an ice cream cone, and I will be joining her. Next, we have Martin De La Torre. Martin is a ground controller, which means that he will be working through all of the data and controls of our ground system out there at the pad. So as complicated as we all know rockets can be, the systems that are working around it are equally as complicated. And so Martin has a tough job today, but we know he's working hard. His favorite quote is from Stephen Hawking, and so he's got heroes, I think, like the rest of us. Next, we have Stephen Shelley. Now, again, you talked about the Jacqueline a little bit earlier. That's our offshore vessel, and Stephen Shelley is our offshore recovery lead. So as we go through this whole process, the team and the launch director, Ben, are constantly checking in with Stephen to make sure that we know that the barge is ready should we be able to land New Glenn. His launch day ritual is actually the same as Ben, another 3-alarm guy. So we'll be asking him as well. And then last, but certainly not least, we have Megan Lewis. Now, Megan is one of our 2 primary launch controllers, which means that she has control authority over a lot of these major systems on New Glenn. Megan is from Utah, and in a very sweet story, Megan is actually wearing a bracelet today that her grandfather gave her grandmother with charms for every Apollo mission that he worked. So a really incredible legacy of spaceflight in that family, and they're bringing it to the Blue family. So we're really proud of them today. Megan Lewis and team, led by Ben Dykstra, are getting it done.
I love it. Just some wonderful stories, and each one of them has their ritual. I'm glad that seems like their alarm system has worked, because yes, they are all on console and ready to rock and roll today. That's a good thing. So, hey, Maggie, stay plugged in up there for us, and we will keep checking back in with you. All right, everybody, we're at T-minus 11 minutes and 40 seconds to go until launch. Why don't we take a moment here and send it over to the pad and check in on New Glenn as it gets ready for its first launch to space today. Thank you again, everybody, for joining us. We're at T-minus 27 minutes and 5 seconds to go until launch. You may have noticed that we've added some more time to the clock. As we mentioned before, this is just our teams getting aligned, making sure that each of the separate sub-teams have all gone through all of their checklists, make sure that everything is in the green, making sure that the weather here at the Cape and downrange, everything is within bounds. So again, if we need to add a couple more minutes, that is quite all right with us. But while we've got a little bit more time, I would like to check in with my colleague, Eddie Seifert, out there at Cars Park, where he's joined by Team Blue Origin, here our team that's based here in Florida. What you got going on down there, Eddie?
Yeah, hey Ariane, welcome back to the best seat in the house here at Cars Park. I'm with the Smith family. We're working at Blue Origin, and working on rockets is a family affair. I'm with father Mike Smith, son Corbin Smith, and granddaughter Elizabeth. Elizabeth, tell me, you've sent a postcard to space, is that right?
Yes.
And tell me, what was on your postcard?
There was rockets and planets.
Rockets and planets on the postcard. Now, Corbin, how did you get your start at Blue Origin?
So I first started up in Huntsville, where I worked with an amazing team on the engine crew, building BE-4 and BE-3U. Now I'm here down at Rocket Park, building the thrust structures for GS-2.
Excellent. Must be special to be working on that GS-2 rocket out there. And Mike, how about you? How did you get your start at Blue?
Well, it was my son that actually encouraged me to apply, and we got hired around the same time, and it's been awesome being able to work with him on different projects. We get to talk about work at home and do different things. We bleed blue at home.
Excellent, excellent. And Elizabeth, tell me, what are you most looking forward to today's launch?
For the rocket to go up in space.
Well, I think we're going to end on that note, Ariane. We're looking forward for that rocket to go to space. Let's send New Glenn to space. Let's light this candle.
I love it. It is a family affair, and I love seeing the different generations there, father, son, pair working at Blue. I look forward to seeing that little firecracker, that little girl joining us in a couple of years here in the future. It just speaks to, it takes years to build these rockets, and that's what we're here to do at Blue. We're here to build these rockets that are laying the foundation for building the road to space, right? And so that children like her can pick up the torch and build on top of that. We're setting forth so that they can build infrastructure in space, and really, it's all for the benefit of Earth. Well, with that, thanks, Eddie, for checking in with us. We are at T-minus 24 minutes and 10 seconds to go until launch. Let's check out New Glenn on the pad as it gets ready for launch this evening. Thank you again, everybody, for joining us. We're at T-minus 19 minutes and 55 seconds to go until launch. New Glenn looking good there on the pad. We saw some beautiful views. As Denise has talked about, all the propellants are nice and chilled down. You saw the big, beautiful Blue Origin word mark and feather on that rocket. She is looking beautiful. But we do have a little bit more time here. Why don't we take a moment to talk about the BE-4 engines. We're looking at the vehicle right now. At the base of the vehicle, oh, that's a pretty shot right there. You see the 7 nozzles of the 7 BE-4 engines. You want to tell us a little bit more, Denise?
Yeah, so New Glenn is powered by 7 BE-4 engines. Now, these are the nation's first reusable, oxidizer-rich stage combustion booster engines. They use liquid oxygen and liquefied natural gas, or LNG, which is essentially a commercial form of methane.
Yeah, and we selected LNG because it's cleaner burning and more efficient than kerosene, or also known as RP1, rocket propellant 1. That's what a lot of rockets use. It's also low cost and widely available, which is really important when you're doing lots of launches, which is our intention for this New Glenn program. I should also note that we have done a ton of testing on the BE-4 engine, and we also want to keep those costs down as well. All of it adds up, right? And one of the coolest aspects, though, about LNG is that it can self-pressurize its tank through a process known as autogenous repressurization, right? So this eliminates the need for costly and complex systems that use helium, which is pretty rare. So normally you got helium and other gases in there to push the pressures properly through the engines to get them ready to go. But with LNG, it basically does it on its own. That's what that means.
It's so fascinating. And, you know, in terms of power, each BE-4 engine generates an impressive 550,000 pounds of thrust. So when you combine all 7 engines, New Glenn produces about 3.85 million pounds of thrust at launch. And just to put that into perspective, that's roughly half the thrust of a Saturn V rocket, which took humans to the moon. Imagine that power of 200 Boeing 737 airplane engines all firing at once. That's what we're looking at here.
And that is a ton of power. You see that these images here, this video, this is from our test facility down in West Texas. And man, oh man, I have been down there actually for one of these tests. And our facility down in West Texas is in this valley. And it just reverberates. You feel like you're in the inside of a drum. It just shakes the entire valley, and I mean, it's just incredible. And we're putting 7 of those at the base of this vehicle. The other thing you should see in that video there is that it burns this really cool blue color. So that's another. I'm not saying that's why we chose this propellant, but it's a nice little bonus to it.
It sure is.
So a lot of power coming out of these engines, but then also a lot of interesting technology that's gone into the turbo pumps too. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
They sure are. So the turbo pumps, which pump fuel and oxygen, are also incredibly powerful. Together, they produce the equivalent amount of horsepower needed to power 2 Nimitz-class aircraft carriers at full speed. Yet each turbo pump is small enough to fit in the back seat of your car.
Think about that. I mean, the comparison is crazy, but just think about that efficiency that goes into that turbo machinery. Then you also see here, obviously, the comparison between our BE-4 engine. So there are 7 of those on the base of the vehicle, and our BE-3U, BE-3 upper stage engines, or 2 of those on the second stage. I want to talk a little bit more here. You see the comparison of the BE-4 to the BE-3U. You also have a comparison of the power of it as well. You know, both of these engines are highly sophisticated and have unique functionality built for New Glenn itself. So for BE-4, as we noted, we've got 7 of these engines in total at the booster. We saw a cool image of that a second ago. The 3 middle engines are gimbaling engines that can pivot to help steer the rocket. So that will be working, of course, in conjunction with the fins at the top of the booster. Now, those 3 middle engines are going to relight to help with deceleration and landing burns. And the other 4 engines are fixed. And this is the combination that gives us both the power that we need, but also the flexibility we need for different stages of flight.
And you know, the BE4 engines are produced at our manufacturing facility in Huntsville, Alabama, and they're tested rigorously at our facilities, both in West Texas and Huntsville, to ensure they meet the high standards.
Yeah, and we should note there are 7 of these on New Glenn, but our friends at ULA with their Vulcan rocket, they use 2 of these engines. And those have already flown successfully to space. So we are very proud of that these engines have already flown to space, and can't wait to see them power this New Glenn rocket as well. They are going to be rattling this building very, very shortly. Well, with that, at T-minus 35 minutes to go until launch, let's toss it back to the rocket and check out New Glenn as this vehicle gets ready for its launch to space this evening.
So they keep extended this. I mean, I keep laying down and I keep getting up 25 minutes later and the clock gets pushed. So I'm gonna do it again.
Thank you again, everybody, for joining us. We are at T-minus 25 minutes and 40 seconds to go until launch. You may have seen we've been adding some time to the clock. This is to allow our teams to go through their checklists. Keep in mind there are multiple sub-teams that are up there in launch and mission control. We want to make sure that everything is ready to go, and if some of those items on the checklist take a little bit of extra time, we are going to do so, especially since it is NG1. We want to make sure that everybody is prepared and everything is aligned. We should also mention, again, we have to keep our eyes on the weather, both here and downrange. So with that, let's continue to check out New Glenn on the pad as this rocket and our teams get ready for NG1. Thank you again, everybody, for joining us. We're at T-minus 23 minutes and 45 seconds to go till launch. With all this action going on upstairs at Launch and Mission Control, why don't we check in with our friend Maggie. Maggie, you got me?
Loud and clear, Ariane.
Right on. What are you? What's going on up there? What are you hearing about the status of our teams?
Yep, things are busy. The team is continuing to work through a few anomalies before we can proceed into terminal count. So we've got the engineers looking at all that data. We've got the controllers working through workarounds. So something that I think people don't always think about is that we have an enormous amount of what we're doing here in pre-launch procedures that's, scripted. We can plan it. But when off-nominal things are happening, we've got a team of controllers who can manually operate these systems. So the team that we talked about in our last bit, they are actually going through and able to turn things on and off, put different pressure through different valves. They are working through everything they can to make sure that we have a chance to launch today.
Fantastic. Yes, it's, we run through, when you talk about all the preparation for a launch, of course, we talk about, testing the rocket itself, but we also go through a lot of these simulations in terms of the operations with our team, and you test as much as you can, you go through as many rehearsals as possible, but sometimes day of, you gotta put that's why we got the really smart people in there so that they can work through whatever it is they're finding that might be a little bit off, and that's what our team is doing up there. Maggie, what
Ariane,
else? Sorry, go ahead.
No, the team here has gotten some good practice. I think we all saw the hot fire that we recently successfully made it through. So that is, almost everything up until launch. Before that, we had a successful second stage hot fire. Those are those BE3U engines. And before that, we were doing tanking tests, mass simulators. We've done component testing, system testing. And a lot of the engineers that are working in this room are actually responsible engineers on the floor. So they've gotten their hands on this hardware. They know their systems.
Excellent. Very good point. I think I've always appreciated what we do here at Blue Origin. We tend to rotate our engineers A lot of them, as you said, get to go down to the floor, see their hardware, maybe that they've designed, talk to the men and women that are fabricating, but then also assembling the vehicle. You know, they are very, very in tune, in touch with this vehicle. So if there are things for them to work, especially in these last minutes, we've got the right team to do it. Maggie, I want to thank you again for bringing us all the details. We've got a couple of minutes to go here. We got 20 minutes and 47 seconds to go until launch. Why don't we take a look at New Glenn as this rocket gets ready to go to space. Thank you again, everybody, for joining us. We are T-minus 19 minutes to go until launch here, and while our teams are continuing to get aligned, why don't we take a moment to chat a little bit about this amazing building we are in, the factory at Rocket Park here in Florida. This is where it all comes together, where we bend the metal on New Glenn. I literally see people down there bending metal, pulling, putting the components together, testing, cleaning. But also, not only do we talk about, just all the intricate pieces and parts here, but to build a rocket like this, the sheer scale of the facility here, this factory, but also the other buildings around here are just mind-blowing.
It really is quite impressive. So Rocket Park is essentially where we bring our rocket dreams to life. We're talking about state-of-the-art manufacturing and assembly areas designed to produce rockets efficiently and, of course, sustainably. This is where the stages of New Glenn come together.
Yeah, exactly. And the folks here at Rocket Park are not just building rockets, they're really shaping the future of space travel. I should say, I've had the good fortune of being here for 10 years now, and I have seen this facility, the whole park, in addition to Launch Complex 36, come together, and it is just amazing. Like, really from the bottom up, and the ability to build the next generation rocket in the next generation rocket factory. Like, our team is given what they need to make just an incredible vehicle. Why don't we take a deeper look at the home of New Glenn, Rocket Park.
Welcome to Blue Origin's Rocket Park in Florida, the home of New Glenn. This is where our orbital rocket is designed, built, integrated, launched, refurbished, and reflown, all within a 9-mile radius along Florida's Space Coast. Rocket Park is an active operations site for many Blue Origin activities, including manufacturing, integration and testing for New Glenn, and production of our Blue Moon lunar landers and future programs. Florida's Space Coast is 72 miles long and steeped in more than 6 decades of human spaceflight history. We stand on the shoulders of giants. New Glenn will help us build a road to space for the benefit of Earth. It's the foundation of everything we will accomplish. It will deliver cargo and crew to anywhere, including the moon, and help us establish a permanent lunar presence. It will enable us to harness the resources of space and launch all kinds of infrastructure to make space accessible, usable, and affordable for humans. The factory on Merrow Island is the centerpiece of Rocket Park. It's here where New Glenn is built and tested. The high bay is where New Glenn becomes real. Raw material enters at one end, and completed rocket stages roll out the other side. From there, New Glenn heads to the surface coatings facility for its thermal protection, paint, and artwork. It then heads to tank cleaning and test, or TCAT, for pressure testing and cleaning. The factory is also home to New Glenn's Mission Control. On launch days, Mission Control comes alive as the rocket rolls out from its hangar down the road and goes vertical at Launch Complex 36. This historic launch site was rebuilt from the ground up just for New Glenn. Protected by 2 lightning towers, almost double the height of the Statue of Liberty, New Glenn prepares for liftoff at mile marker 0. This is where the road to space begins.
What a beautiful area Rocket Park is in. There's just so much history here on the Space Coast, and we are eager to write our own chapter with New Glenn.
Absolutely. There really is just so much history, and there's something to be said about the testing and integration and design teams all working so closely together. I know that working on the programs myself, being able to talk to the designers and the people who are making the hardware is just so valuable to increase communication and efficiency, and our campus really allows for that.
100%. The physical proximity is really, really important. And it's not known, actually, but historically rockets have launched out of the Cape, but they haven't been built here. And so to be able to build our rocket here, do the integration here of the rocket, but then also obviously the payload with the rocket. And then when we get GS1, we get the booster back, we'll be doing all of the refurbishment here. That is so important, that co-location, to have that all come together. And, you know, I love that video because you see all the action. As I mentioned, you know, it's so funny. I was looking through photos earlier today, and I've got photos in the flame trench when they were just putting it up. You know, they were pouring concrete. You know, I remember being in this facility when there weren't doors on. It was just, you know, dirt on the ground. I remember no joke, we had a poll when they were clearing the land for this rocket park as to how many turtles we would find, because we have to relocate all of the turtles because there's incredible wildlife in this area. So of course we wanted to make sure that we protect those animals and the wildlife. And so we had a poll as to how many turtles we were going to find. God, I wish I could remember.
I was going to say, do you
remember? I know. I didn't win it, clearly. But, you know, there's just so much work that went into building this facility from the ground up. And to be here today is just, it feels surreal in many ways. And, you know, I was just talking a little bit about the factory itself, but the launch complex, you know, LC-36, as you touched on earlier this evening, has been around for a long time, has been where many historic rockets and missions have launched from, and we basically stripped it down to the ground and rebuilt it for this world-class rocket for decades to come. You know, we invested in this facility knowing that we're going to be here a while. With that said, we also here at Blue Origin like to pay homage to the giants who have the shoulders upon which we stand, right? Like the vehicle, of course, is named New Glenn. But also what's really cool is and you can't quite see it here in the dark, but we kept what's called the blockhouse. So a lot of the previous, during a lot of the previous launches, there would actually be a crew in the blockhouse, which is not very far from that launch pad, when they launched a rocket. This thing is like a concrete fort, basically. It's not very big, and it's got, on the inside, it's got these massive, heavy doors that close to protect the teams. To be very clear, we're not using that blockhouse tonight. We don't use it in our operations, but it is something that we have kept on site because of the history that is in that facility. I hope that one day I'll be able to go back in there. I did get a chance to peek my head in a couple of years ago. It feels almost like, what's the right way of putting it? It feels like a step into the past.
Yeah.
You know, the old computers and like, you know, the ashtrays. They're literally cigarettes that are still there from back in the day. We don't allow that in our launch control rooms. But again, clearly a throwback to the past. But just this facility, it feels really good to be here. It feels like we're set up for success as much as possible, which is really, really great. Okay, we are at T-minus now 36 minutes and 40 seconds to go until launch. Again, our team has added more time to the clock. They are working through their checklist. There's clearly some things that they want to spend a little bit more time on, and that is okay. I will reiterate, we have spent years designing this rocket. We have spent months and months designing this mission, building this particular vehicle as well. The design and test that's gone into the engines that are powering this rocket. If we need a couple more minutes, especially on this first launch, that is okay with us. You know, we want to give our team the right time and the space that they need to, you know, to work on whatever they got going on up there. I also want to, you know, keep in mind, my understanding is that the weather continues to stay inbounds here at the Cape, as well as out at sea. But for the moment, we have decided to put more time on the clock, which means that we still have a chance, still have the opportunity to launch this evening. I should say,
I was waiting for it,
Ariane.
I know,
it's pretty apropos because this vehicle says...
So you're telling me there's a chance?
That is the name of this booster. So yes, everything is, it's like it was meant to be for this vehicle.
It really
okay, with that, we are T-minus 35 minutes to go until launch. Let's continue to check out New Glenn on the pad as it continues to prepare for its launch to space this evening. Welcome back, everybody. We're at T-minus 31 minutes and 30 seconds to go until launch. As you may have noted, we continued to add time back to the clock. That, of course, is to make sure that our teams are aligned. I do understand that we're working an issue. That is okay. That means, if we're adding time to the clock, it means that the team thinks that there might be a possibility that we can sort it out so we can get to a launch this evening. So we're going to give them the time that they need. Beautiful beautiful view of the vehicle on the pad there. From the outside, she sure looks ready to go, but of course, there's so much that goes into a complex vehicle like this. But since we do have some time, why don't we take a closer look at our vision and mission at Blue Origin? As we've said time and time again, we're building a road to space for the benefit of Earth. This vision isn't only about exploring space, it's about making life better here on Earth. Let's check it out a bit more about our vision.
New Shepard is just the beginning.
The first step.
From the very start, it's only been about one thing: Earth.
Earth, our Blue Origin.
We've sent robotic probes all over the solar system, and it's full of wonders: gas giants, rocky moons.
Earth is the best planet. It is not close.
Despite the variety, despite the wonder in the solar system,
there's no place like home.
Earth is our home, and there is no other place like it.
All life on Earth are uniquely matched to this planet. There's nothing like it anywhere else in the solar system, not even close, no way.
We have no choice but to preserve Earth. Preserve this planet, this one.
we get to focus on the future, and the future is nothing without Earth.
For almost all of human history, Earth has seemed big.
It seemed big, but we now know it's small, it's finite. And we know that the rate that we're using Earth's resources is not sustainable.
Earth has things that we need to work on in the here and now.
But there are also long-term problems.
We can't wait to work on the long-term problems. We have to work on both.
One fundamental long-term problem.
We will run out of energy on Earth.
It's just arithmetic. It's going to happen. Humans have always used about 100 watts of power. That's our natural metabolic rate.
But in our developed technological society, we use over 10,000 watts of power per person.
Humans' use of energy is not actually a bad thing.
We live in an era of dynamism and growth.
There are so many good things that happen when we use energy.
Think about technology, transportation, hospitals, data.
As humans, we are at our best when we are inventing, when we are growing, when we are making progress.
But humans are doubling our energy use every 25 years, and that's unsustainable. Today, you could cover all of humanity's energy needs by covering the state of Nevada in solar cells. But at that rate of growth, in 200 years, you'd have to cover the entire planet in solar cells.
What can we do? Can we be more efficient? Yes, but we have been.
Today's technology is more efficient in nearly every manner.
We are gaining efficiency, and yet, when we gain more efficiency, what do?
We use more energy.
We have an ever-increasing demand for more energy.
So what if we just use less? Well, that doesn't work either. Throttling energy use means slowing down progress. You stop living in a world of abundance and you move to a world of scarcity and rationing.
There has to be another way.
There is another way. Space.
Space is full of abundant resources and energy. Space is vast and practically limitless. If we can learn to harness the power of space and the resources of space, we can tap the limitless resources to help preserve this planet. We can go to space for what we need. We'll make it routine, safe, and cost-effective to get there. We will build the rockets and the destinations for doing real work in space.
We can do even more than this. We can move the most polluting industries from Earth into space where they can't hurt the Earth or the environment.
We can return Earth to a beautiful natural state. It will be like a garden, like a national park. A place for education, for creativity, and for recreation.
A place for enjoyment and for nature to thrive. In space, we can expand humanity. We don't want to leave Earth behind, but preserve it and expand humanity into space.
We can have 1 trillion humans in the solar system, which means we'd have 1,000 Mozarts and 1,000 Einsteins. This would be an incredible civilization.
Humanity will grow and progress and use energy for good.
Humanity can expand into the solar system by building destinations close to Earth, close to our home planet.
New places, places we haven't even dreamed of yet.
Places that feel like home. Places where great work can be done using the resources of space. An expanse that is meant for everyone, all kinds of people.
This is a hopeful future, an enduring human presence in space. Space is the long-term solution for Earth.
We are building a critical part of the infrastructure that's going to allow others to unlock
the road to space so that future generations can unleash their creativity.
It won't be easy. Space must become much, much more accessible to make this vision a reality.
Big things start somewhere, and that somewhere happens to be today.
There are certain gates we have to go through, certain prerequisites. If we don't do these, we will never get there.
First, we have to radically lower the cost of access to space.
This means reusable rockets.
We have to get really good at using rockets over and over.
Reusable rockets, reusable engines.
Once you learn how to do that, you can basically start spinning this flywheel where the more you fly, the cheaper it gets. The cheaper it gets, the more you fly.
Launch, land, repeat.
Going back and landing a rocket is really hard. And it is absolutely essential that we get good at that so that we can drive down the cost of launch vehicles.
BE-3, BE-4, BE-7, all made from the ground up to be reusable propulsion systems.
Operational reusability. That means making space travel as routine as air travel is.
This is what will radically bring down the cost of getting to space.
And we are bringing all of that learning to New Glenn, the next step of building the road to space.
Once you have low-cost access to space, the next gate becomes harnessing the resources of the solar system.
There are so many more resources up there in space than there is on our planet.
I mean, everyone's familiar with this idea of locally sourced goods, and this is just a really extreme version of that.
The moon is where we'll learn to do all this.
The moon has a vast quantity of resources.
And if we can learn to harness those resources, we can travel without stressing the Earth.
That's the goal. We'll go to space, and we'll use its resources to power our transportation and build destinations.
Anything we need, we will use the stuff in space to make it happen.
The moon is the next thing. We're going back.
It's time to go back to the moon, this time to stay. Make no mistake about this. This is not going to get done by any one generation. One of the things that we have to do is inspire those future generations.
This vision of millions of people living and working in space for the benefit of Earth is a very, very long-term vision.
It's gonna take generations.
We have to make sure that what we're doing today is setting up the next generation.
It's going to take all kinds of people.
Engineers, entrepreneurs, architects, artists, you, your children, your grandchildren.
This is kind of humanity's cathedral. You know, cathedrals took multiple generations of artisans and craftsmen and masons to build. And there was never the expectation that one person would design and fully execute the vision.
We have to inspire the next generation to carry this torch for the benefit of Earth.
For the benefit of Earth.
For the benefit of Earth.
We are Blue Origin.
And we will do all of this.
We'll do all of this.
For the benefit of Earth.
such an inspiring message. You know, actually our very name, Blue Origin, means Earth, right? So, you know, when our future generations are out there looking back, they will look back at their blue origin, at Earth, right? And so we really need to protect this planet. The other reason why I love our name, Blue Origin, is it means Earth. It means all of us. We are building these really cool, you know, pieces of space technology, not only just for one country, not only for one hemisphere, it really is for the entire world. And that's why, you know, I love that that our company has this bigger, broader vision. You know, actually, before I took my current role, I was leading our commercial and international sales, and it was just really nice to get out there and talk to our international customers and people from around the world in the space industry. I should say a big shout out to them out there if you guys are watching, you know, and really talking to them about whether it's New Glenn or Blue Ring or our lunar lander, what they can do and how they can take advantage of our technologies. I just love that we think broadly like that, and it's one of the many things that's kept me here at Blue. But I also want to talk, you know, obviously the main theme of that video there is this idea that as part of the long-term vision, we really need to protect this planet and the role of space technologies. What we're doing at Blue and what other organizations are doing around the world is so important because it is going to help protect Earth, right? And that's also why we start with reusable rockets and reusable rocket engines and the way that we're designing them to run on propellants that are less harmful to the Earth, like liquid oxygen, liquid hydrogen, and LNG. We were talking about that earlier. It's just so important.
It gives me such a sense of pride because it really is about the everyday work that we do now and how that would impact future generations. So all of this is going to create a longer term impact on Earth that's truly going to benefit humans for future generations. By focusing on the sustainability of our designs, we're really ensuring that our advancements in space technology do not come at the expense of our home planet Earth.
Yeah, you know, a couple of minutes ago, we threw it back to our co-host Eddie out there at Cars Park, and again, talking about the multiple generations, how cool is it that he was there with the father-son pair that both work at Blue, plus the son's daughter that's there, and she's just going wild over space, and she can't wait to see, you know, this rocket launch. We have to think in that sort of generational time scale, right? There was also, you know, our teammate that's up in launch control, whose grandfather worked, you know, on Apollo, and here she is, you can see she's pregnant in the photo. Like, who knows what her child is going to end up doing? And hopefully, what we're doing here at Blue is going to benefit, again, these next generations. We're building the road to space with these first initial steps tonight. You know, New Glenn. We're also talking about Blue Ring. Blue Ring is one of the first building blocks of the infrastructure that's up there in space, right? It's not just about the transportation, which is crucial, don't get me wrong, but then once we're up there, you know, we're going to need to support others, you know, in this case, you know, our customers, but also ourselves, when I say ourselves, Blue Origin and some of the missions we're doing, as we build our capabilities out there. By definition, space is infinite. And so if we can take advantage of that, and if we can put things up there that will help us take advantage of that, I mean,
for the benefit of Earth.
For the benefit of Earth, the future is bright. Okay, with that, we are T-minus 16 minutes and 40 seconds to go until launch. Our teams continue to get aligned. They're working on a couple of issues. This is our first launch. They need that extra time. We're going to give it to them because otherwise speaking, this team is ready to rock and roll, and that rocket there looks chilled in and ready to go to space. So with that, let's continue to check out New Glenn on the pad, ready for NG1. Okay, we've just been getting an update from Mission Control. We are standing down today's launch attempt to troubleshoot a vehicle subsystem issue that will take us beyond our launch window. We are reviewing opportunities for our next launch attempt. So we've scrubbed today's NG-1 mission to give the team more time to work that issue, and we're reviewing what other things that we might need to get done in that period. When we know when the next opportunity is, of course, we will let everybody know. Now, to give the viewers a sense of what happens next, the launch team is now working to detank and safe the vehicle. From there, we're going to assess, as mentioned, what other things we might want to get done in our downtime, and that is what's going to guide when the next launch opportunity will be. Follow us on social media. That's the way to stay up to date on announcements for that next launch attempt. We do want to thank you for joining us. We can't wait to get right back here for our next launch attempt. Stay tuned. Gradatum for Rossiter.